There. What am I doing? I'm flipping the wrong switches. I'd like to call a meeting of the August Historic Preservation Commission meeting to order. Paula, would you call the roll?
Alan Brown.
Present.
Jeffrey Parks.
Present.
Jennifer Bourne. Present. Heather Clemmer. Neela Crank-Clements.
Present.
George Massey. Mary Jo Meacham.
Present.
Ann Zacharitz.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss the meeting procedures. Chairman will announce each case and ask any party having interest in the case to indicate their presence by raising their hand. Commissioners will then discuss the details of the case, calling on staff to provide details of the proposals. Following this discussion, commissioners may choose to ask questions of the applicant, the staff, and any other interested party. Interested persons may speak to support or protest the application. The applicant will be entitled to one brief rebuttal. Interaction between applicant and protestants on the floor is not permitted. Persons speaking are asked to approach the center podium one at a time to introduce themselves by name and address and to present their position as succinctly as possible. And please sign in when you do that. The Commission asks each speaker to limit his remarks to no more than 5 minutes. Following the public hearing on an application, the Commission will take one of the following actions. 1, approve the certificate of appropriateness. 2, continue the proposal, or 3, deny the proposal with prejudice, which means the application may not be resubmitted for at least 1 year unless the Commission determines that circumstances have changed, or 4, deny the proposal without prejudice, which means the applicant may reapply at any time. And then, once an application has been approved and after a 10-day protest period has expired, the Historic Preservation Officer will mail the CA to the applicant, and then city construction permits cannot be issued until the CA has been issued. And finally, any person aggrieved by a decision granting or denying a CA may appeal to the Oklahoma City Board of Adjustment. All appeals should be made within 10 days of the Commission decision by filing a written notice appeal with the clerk of the Board of Adjustments. Okay, and if you please also turn off your cell phones, we'd appreciate that. Okay, second item on the agenda from the Office of the Historic Preservation Officer.
On August 29th, I believe at 10 a.m., there will be a public meeting to discuss new criteria for demolition in the other design review districts. So this will not affect the HP Commission's demolition criteria, but it will be for downtown, Bricktown, Urban Design Commission, other districts. So obviously that will affect historic properties elsewhere in the city, so you all are welcome to attend, as is the public. And that information about that should be up on the city's website as well.
Okay, thanks, Katie. Item 3, acceptance of the minutes of the previous meeting from July 2nd, 2014. Are there any comments, corrections? Or a motion for approval?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Crank-Clements and second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the minutes are accepted. Item 4, the code enforcement report. Greg?
Good afternoon. Any questions?
Hey, Greg, just so I'm reading this report right, on page 1, the first address is 710 Northwest 17th. The next item doesn't have an address, so I assume that item also goes with the previous address?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Same thing down below on the last item on the first page, I guess. Any of them like that, I guess, they go together, okay?
Summer, the report's getting a little bit longer. Wait till next month. Busy few weeks at the end last week. Any other questions?
Greg, we were talking before about properties on, I think on 24th Street. Is that right?
Paseo? Yes, we had a lot of complaints and a few questions asked previously about the houses on the 500 block of 24th Street on the north side. They've been boarded up for quite a while. We had property maintenance cases on all of them and a couple around the corner on Dewey. We've given the owner, they have a business plan, and I see what they're doing, and they've boarded up and secured the buildings, but because the property maintenance has still been stagnant until they get kicked off and going, it's just been going for almost a year, so I had to write citations on all of them, and it's about the same courtesy I'd give anybody else. If there's anybody, every other citizen's got something going on and they failure to comply with city ordinance, it results in a citation, so I had to put them all under citation, so if anybody asks, everything's been addressed. And then other nuisance abatement, all the yards, grass was cut and everything, brought back up to code, so hopefully when that whole block over there gets done, it's going to be a really nice area.
Did the property owner give you a timeline for those? I think there's 3 houses on 24th.
Not an exact timeline. I talked to him a few times, and then with some of the other people they had over there, financial people, and they were discussing all their plans and everything they were going to do, but not a definite timeline. And like I said in the beginning, it's going on almost a year now, and you know the thought of within the next 6 months, and then that time has come and gone. So
I wonder if we can get an updated timeline from them. Is it going to be another year?
I imagine when they get all these citations in the mail with their court dates, and I see them over there
Yeah.
before the judge, I'll get a timeline.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, on to item 5, continuance announcements and requests.
We have 2 requests, actually. One's on the agenda and then a new one that has come in since then. 14-00084 would like a continuance to the October meeting, and then 14-00088 would like a continuance to the September meeting. So we'll need to take a vote on each of those.
Separately. Okay. Is there a motion on the first one?
A motion to continue. The HPCA 14-00084 to the October 2nd meeting?
First. And September 3rd is the other one.
Second.
Neela, is that Neela? Okay. It's been moved by Jennifer Board and seconded by Neela Clements to continue HPCA-14-00084 to the October 1st meeting. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, it's continued. And then the second one?
I move to continue HPCA-14-00088 to the September 3rd, 2014 meeting. Second.
Okay, what's the number of that one?
It was an act.
Okay, it's been moved that one. Okay, and you second it? You did, Ann did. It's been moved by Neela Clements and seconded by Ann Zackers to continue HPCA-14-00088 to the September 3rd meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, it's continued. No new requests, so on to public hearings. Item 6, public hearings.
And we have one dilapidated structure, HPCA 14-00125 at 2305 Northwest 27th Street, Shepherd, Ward 2, regarding the dilapidated structure. It's the garage only, to receive Historic Preservation Commission comments regarding structures in the process of being declared dilapidated as initiated by City of Oklahoma City Development Services Code Enforcement pertaining to 1, properties that contribute to the historic integrity of the historic district, and 2, effective proposed demolition of structures on the historic character of the property and district. And just a reminder that these are dilapidated structures are those that are being declared dilapidated by code enforcement, And when they're in a historic district, they come to the commission for a recommendation on the property's historic character and integrity, but it is not a certificate of appropriateness, and we're not reviewing it based on our normal demolition criteria of structural condition, et cetera.
Okay, so any comments? Doug's back up here. Any comments on this item? Case?
Was there a site plan that I just didn't get, like where the garage was actually located?
I don't think we did have a true site plan. I think there is, let me see.
Driveway sits on the right side of the house of the property, and it's directly straight to the back, like right down that driveway.
So you
Trees.
can see it from the street?
Yes, if it wasn't all the trees overgrowth, you should be able to see it.
Okay.
It's in a fairly typical location for a shepherd house, right? Stepping back, from the back corner of the house, it sits in about that same normal-ish spot.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you were able to see it from the street and without that. And I mean, this was the only picture, but there's a lot of trees.
It is, and the house to the right of it sits on a corner, and from the side street over there, you should be able to see it too through the fence, but the trees, it's really thick growth.
Okay.
If everything was, manicured like you see there, some overhang, you'd be able to see it a lot clearly. That's why a lot of them are hidden. There's a lot out there. The owner has contacted me, and as Katie said, this approval is not a CA that she can use to demolish it herself. She'd have to go through the same procedure. So if she decided to remove it herself, she'd have to bring it before you to get that permission.
Just curious, how does this come about? Is there a complaint action center or something like that? How does it come about at this point?
I work off complaints, and this is a proactive area where we're targeting an area to help revitalize it. In this case here, I was at the property for another violation. When I'm at the property, then anything else that I see, I can go ahead and pick up, and this was obviously needed to be addressed. It's like I said before, it's the way it's hidden. These kind of things don't not get turned in too regularly because they're just, you don't see it till you get right back here on top of it. She had some property maintenance issues on the house, and I think the lawn. There's a couple things like that which brought the city out there.
Okay, any comments?
My question was whether or not we were commenting on the structural integrity, and Katie said no. So I agree with the staff recommendations that we forward those comments on page 3.
Okay, is that a motion?
It's a motion.
Second.
Good. Moved by Neil Crank Clements and seconded by Jeff Parker to forward the staff comments. The structure retains its historic integrity and contributes. What did I say?
New commissioner, Mr. Parker.
Jeff Parks, sorry about that.
Been here a while.
I think I did that before.
Yeah, right.
The structure retains its historic integrity and contributes to the historic integrity of the district. And 2, demolition of the structure will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Is that one nay? Jennifer, okay? Sorry, Jeff. Parks. I get moving fast. Okay, item B, National Register nominations.
First, we have the Main Street Arcade at 629 West Main Street, Ward 6. Consideration and possible recommendation on nomination to the National Register of Historic Places. The Main Street Arcade was constructed in 1923 and is being nominated for its, under the criterion of history, for its historic association with the Hills Business College, which started in 1905 and then moved into the building after it was constructed. Business colleges were common in downtown Oklahoma City as a growing population of public workers, blue-collar, white-collar population grew and expanded, and people needed to be trained in those types of industries. The building has had some significant alterations, but retains enough of its original character to inform a rehabilitation going forward. Tax credit rehab is anticipated here. We have Glenn Robertson from the State Historic Preservation Office in attendance, and I believe the owner of the property is with us as well. So.
Okay. Any discussion on the nomination, Main Street Arcade? Would you like to ask questions of the applicant, or no comments?
Looks great, and it's very exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I make a motion to recommend the nomination of the Main Street Arcade to the Mayor and City Council, the Oklahoma Historic Preservation Review Committee, the State Historic Preservation Office, and the Keeper of the National Register, and to adopt the resolution provided as part of the staff report.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by, I just went blank, Heather Clemmer, and seconded by, look at my list here, Neela Crank Clemens, I'm not mispronounced, that we send this nomination to the City Council. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's been approved. Thank you. Next one, it's also same owner.
Next is, same owner and same consultant that prepared the nomination. This is the Townhouse Hotel National Register nomination. The Townhouse Hotel was identified in the city's 2009-2012 intensive level survey as potentially eligible for its historic significance and for its architectural significance criteria A and C. It was built as a residential hotel, which was a popular style of multifamily residential construction common between the 1920s and the 1940s. And it's retains a high degree of integrity on the exterior as well as the interior, with very few alterations or modernizations since it was constructed, and is just a really great little building. So exciting projects to see going forward.
Okay, thank you. And the owner is here. Any have questions for the owner? Any comments? Heather, you want to do it again? Okay.
I'll do it. I recommend the nomination of the Townhouse Hotel to the Mayor and City Council, the Oklahoma Historic Preservation Review Committee, and the State Historic Preservation Officer and the Keeper of the National Register, and adopt the resolution provided as part of the staff report.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Neela Crank Clements and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's been approved also. Consent docket cases. Anybody like to pull one, I guess? Any comments?
Sorry, I do. 14-00137.
137. Yeah.
I would also like to pull 14-00129.
Okay. At least one. Okay. You want to pull one too?
No, I was gonna push the other one on down the road.
That's what I was going to do too, so.
Great.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I move to approve consent item number 3.
And I second.
Is that you? Okay. Give it to me.
Little flags that pop up.
Yeah. Okay, it's been, the consent docket approval has been moved by Jeff Parks and seconded by Heather Clemmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, consent docket is approved. So now we're on to individual cases.
These two items.
Oh, the two, do we have to take them in order, or?
You take number one.
Okay, so 129 will be first. Okay, still individual.
So HPCA 14-00129 at 412 Northwest 26th Street, Jefferson Park, Ward 2, Consideration and possible action on application of Joyce Lewis by Guy Tilden for certificate of appropriateness to replace all windows required. And this is work that was previously approved but was not completed before their CA had expired. So they're back applying again for their CA so that they can complete the work. They were approved to install aluminum-clad wood windows. The commission does not always approve those in locations that are visible. I believe the applicant has stated they would be willing to install wood windows if that's the commission's preference, but obviously they would prefer to go with what they were approved to do previously.
That was what I thought. The specific...
Is the applicant present? Okay.
The specific findings, number 2 says wood windows are most appropriate treatment for openings visible from the public right-of-way. I agree with that. I think the guidelines reflect that, so I would prefer that they be wood windows. Would you like to speak?
Would you like to ask a question of the applicant? Okay. Any more questions? Is there a motion?
So Neela, would that be the 2 windows on the front of the house?
Yes. So Katie, the applicant has agreed that they would go with the wood windows if we would approve
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So then, ready to go? I move to approve HPCA 14-00129, item 2, with the following conditions: that the front 2 windows be wood windows, and that the applicant bring a tear sheet to staff for approval before the issuance of the CA.
Second.
Not done.
Oh, you're not done, sorry.
The specific finding, the proposed work with the agreed-upon conditions will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property. The items comply with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C and/or D of the staff report.
Not my second.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Frank Clements and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, approved as modified.
HPCA 14-00137 at 721 Northwest 21st Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Valerie Cates by Jim Olivas of Classic Contracting for certificate of appropriateness to 1, demolish garage elective, and 2, construct new garage elective.
Okay, is the applicant present? Okay.
My overall concern was I see slight things of what it's going to look like in the back. It failed to show me what was, that we've said okay to the demolition of this and then a new one, without really looking at how it was going to look or as a site plan on the site, where it was going to be placed back.
So is this a site plan on page 14 of 26?
Yes. But I don't know if that's new or proposed.
Would you like to talk to the applicant?
Oh, sure.
So, could you sign in, please?
Just that's I don't know.
Jim Olivas, Classic Contracting. The garage is going, excuse me, basically right back in the same footprint, 1 foot wider to the west.
Angela, do you know in the file, some of these attachments in the staff report are kind of cut off. Do you know if we have better versions in the file? Because that might alleviate some concerns.
Yes. Yeah, I don't mean to be a stickler, that really doesn't do it for me.
So
but-
the old, it's the same footprint, except the old one was 19 feet wide, and the new one's 20 feet wide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the, expands on the,
I'm missing.
which was up on here, on the yard side, so, yeah, west. Anything else, Jennifer? or-
No, that was really my concern about that I didn't really know what it was going to look like, even from the cut-off photos. Only because it had visibility from the street. But if no other commissioner is as concerned as me, then I'm only one.
Okay, do you want to take them separately, should we, or we usually do?
Yeah, we usually do a separate motion to approve a demolition, so.
So, is there a information, like engineering report?
Yeah, so I wondered about that, Katie. I know we're kind of we've changed our guidelines a little bit and been a little more lenient with garages as secondary structures. My question is, page 2 of 5 of the staff report, item C1A, it says the garage structure is deteriorated beyond repair, but I don't remember seeing anything from the applicant, like a structural engineer's report. Are we not going to require that anymore?
You know, we've never officially required it.
Right.
Often when people come in and ask us about doing a demolition, we'll encourage them to do that, but sometimes if the photos seem to be clear enough, we don't require people to do that. It is a big additional expense, especially when you can really see the structures visibly deteriorated and leaning. So we didn't get a structural engineer's report with this one. Staff
Okay,
felt
so I see
comfortable with
that. We're going by the photos, which are pretty...
I submitted a photo that shows this structure leaning up against a metal pole. If the metal pole wasn't there, it probably wouldn't be standing.
Those downspouts. Wow, that's a picture there. Okay, anything?
Are we taking this separately?
Yeah.
Okay, I move to approve HPCA 14-00137, item 1, which is to demolish garage with the specific finding that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, but is necessary because of the imminent threat to public health and safety, and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C of the staff report.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's been moved by Neela Crank Clements and seconded by Jeff Parks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item 1 is approved. Item 2, new garage.
Been swayed. I move to approve HPCA 14-00137, item 2, with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historical character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010, as referenced in Section C of the staff report.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Jennifer Bourne and seconded by Jeff Parks. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 2, construct new garage, is approved. All right, on to, which one now?
Now we go to cases for individual consideration.
Back to the original? Okay, back to D1.
So if you are here for one of those 3 items that was on the consent docket, all 3 of those have now been approved, and you're free to go. So, HPCA 14-00031 at 125 Northwest 27th Street, Jefferson Park, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Roger Swart for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace roof. This application is out of continuances now. We haven't received any additional information or documentation from the applicant, so our recommendation is to deny it at this point.
Okay. Is the applicant present? Nope.
No.
Okay. Any comments?
I think we were clear, the meeting from which this was continued, that the roof material was not appropriate. So I would agree with staff recommendation to, sorry, I had the wrong one. 30. To deny HPCA 14-00032, item 1, to replace composition roof with metal with prejudice, with the specific finding that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, is not consistent with the provisions of the guidelines, and is not in compliance with the relevant sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in the specific findings in Section D of the staff report.
So I think you said 32, and we actually have a 31 and a 32 that are the exact same application. So if we could do 32 and then go back and do 31.
I would change that to 31, but let me point out on the staff report it says 32.
Does it really? It does.
There you go. Yep.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Clemens, seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that is denied. And now for 3-2. What?
Yep. HPCA 14-00032 at 115 Northwest 27th Street, Jefferson Park, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Roger Swart for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace roof required.
This is the same situation with the metal roof that's not appropriate, so I move to deny HPCA 14-00032, item 1, to replace composition roof with metal with prejudice, with the specific finding that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, is not consistent with the provisions of the guidelines, and is not in compliance with the relevant sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in the specific findings in Section D of the staff report.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Clemens and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item is denied. And now-
Item 3 did not get properly noticed. The public notice didn't go out, so we are not able to take action on that application at this time. We fortunately have been able to administratively approve several of their items, so they're able to move along on their project, but we can't take any action on that one today.
Does it go to next month?
Yep, so it'll move to September. And then HPCA 14-00088 was already continued to the September meeting.
Okay.
And then number 5, HPCA 14-96, also did not get properly noticed. So that's, an error on our part. We have quite this number of cases in a month. We had some gaffes, so we won't be able to take action on that one today either.
Okay.
It'll be heard in September, yes.
Moving right along.
Okay, HPCA 14-00116 at 301 Northwest 22nd Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application of McCaleb Homes by David Knotts for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct dwelling elective, 2, construct garage elective, 3, install driveways elective, 4, install sidewalks elective, 5, install mechanical equipment elective, and 6, construct fence elective. And the commission saw this application at the July meeting and continued it with requests for a couple of changes, and they've responded to most of those requests. I think the applicant's here, and they can walk you through what's changed since the last time.
Hello, welcome back.
Nice to see you all. Sign in. So we took your all's recommendations and redrew the plan, presented it to Katie and Angela. We've lowered the pitch of the house on the roof. We've brought the front porch out even across the front. We've changed several window requirements. Changed some door requirements. And I'm open to any questions.
Okay.
Caleb, I have a question. Page 3 of 54 of the staff report, there's a front elevation, the house that you're proposing to build, and then to the west, the existing airplane bungalow. There are measurements. Is this an accurate measurement or reflection of what the height of the houses?
Yeah, as best as we can, from the street, what we can estimate. You can see the house to the west, that airplane bungalow is actually just a little taller.
Right.
The difference really is the pitch of that roof. It's setting at a 312, and we've lowered ours to a 512.
I'm glad to see this because I was concerned about the 512 pitch, thinking it would seem a little squat. But looking at this elevation and seeing the roof next door is a 312, and there's others on that block. I think there's 2 blocks there that have those. I think it does fit in.
Thank you.
Okay, more comments? Appreciate you making those changes. I think it's much improved, personally.
I think it looks better, too.
That is a good thing to say.
Yeah, no, it does.
Good job.
We did have some comments from the neighborhood, and I can't put my hands on them right now, but you should have them. Yes. Saying they shared the concern that the footprint of the dwelling does not fill the same proportion of lot area as other buildings on the streetscape and would support continuance to allow the applicant time to address that issue. Thank you.
The only thing I would say that is we are on a 68-foot wide lot versus a 50-foot wide lot. And then the 68 doesn't consider the right-of-way, so we're actually another 12 feet wider than that, like being on a corner home site.
Katie, was that a recommendation to the applicant at the meeting before? Do you remember?
I don't think that was a specific requirement from the commission. I think it's something that staff has talked with them all the way through about looking at the footprint and the massing in comparison to other surrounding structures.
Could you just explain what kind of final changes were made to the porte cochere and driveways and sidewalks from last time?
The biggest changes in the porte cochere from last time, I can't remember, we've changed the plans 4 times, I'm sorry.
I know it.
At one time we had it coming in off of Harvey, and now we have it coming off of 22nd Street.
I think the last time it came off the side street. Now it continues from the front all the way to the back.
All the way to the back.
Yeah, I think that, I think part of the, I can't remember if it was staff recommendation, your recommendation, is it looked awkward having a drive-in porte cochere that didn't go anywhere, right? So, and it came off Harvey, so we eliminated the entrance off of Harvey and pulled straight through back to the garage.
Okay. Was that the original intent? Is that what the owner wanted to do in the beginning?
Well, the original plan that we had it coming from the porte-cochere straight into the garage, but the homeowner that we're going to be building it for, because we started this as a speculative home for sale, and they bought it in the process, wanted to come in off of Harvey.
Okay.
Okay, any more comments?
Oh, I would ask, on page 40 of 54, it talks about brick type. It's this page. That lists a size, and then it says king size. And king size brick is actually something bigger than the dimensions that are listed on there. The listed dimensions are more of a modular brick size. And I just want to know which one, if it's the modular brick or a king size brick, is actually like
8-inch.
9 3/4 inches long. Yeah, it's a 10-inch module instead of an 8-inch module. And I just wondered which you were proposing.
What we're showing there is a king-size brick. It's 9 3/4 inch.
Okay. And my issue with that is that it changes the scale. It changes the scale compared to the other houses in the neighborhood that are all regular modular 8-inch brick. And by going to a king-size brick, then that kind of throws the structure kind of out of scale with the rest of the houses. I would ask that you use modular brick instead of king-size.
We can do that. I may have to change colors. I don't know, that particular brick, is it made in Oklahoma?
Okay.
And when I go to modular, I'm going to have to get it out of Texas, so the colors are going to be a little different.
Depending on the color, I don't know, but I think it's a bigger deal that the size fit with the scale of the neighborhood and the scale of the house, that it doesn't throw it into sort of an oversized look.
Well, we can do that.
Great.
Can that be something that they can do administrative change on?
That would be fine with me, to get color approved by staff.
Okay.
Can't you just have it as a condition?
Right.
Approval based on condition?
Yeah.
So when you're saying modular, there's a modular and then there's what they call queen size, which is...
Standard modular.
Yeah,
This
standard
is standard
modular 8-inch brick. Yeah.
8-inch modular, yeah. 7 and something.
Queen is close to that. I'm not that familiar with queen-size brick.
It's an inch and a half smaller than the king size.
It's a shallower brick, isn't it? It's not as, a regular modular brick is 4 inches deep, and a queen size is more like 3 inches.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3 1/4.
So yeah,
The profile will look the same, though, but the depth will be different. Is that what you're saying?
right.
It's the length of the brick and also the depth. So when you're seeing it from the corner, it's going to be a little bit deeper brick and then just a little bit shorter brick.
I would really prefer that you use modular brick, 8
Okay.
inches, 4 inches, 2 2/3 inches. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. More comments? Questions?
So Katie, the continuance for item 1 was because you thought the footprint was a little large?
Yes, that just has continued to be a concern for us. I know that they are on a much larger lot than the other lots around them, but just looking at the footprint of it and the shape of it, and the width on the lot, we were concerned about how compatible that was with surrounding properties.
If the site plan on page 4 of 54 of the staff report is correct, the airplane bungalow to the west I feel like the proposed house there
Very similar.
is not out of proportion. Maybe I'm missing something.
How many square feet is the
And
footprint?
perhaps not any wider than the house next to it.
The living area,
The footprint, ground floor, what's the square footage?
2175.
21 footprint?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Neela, I would agree. I mean, while the airplane bungalow next door, you know, it steps back in, once you get behind the front face of it, that's out of view of the right-of-way, and the face that presents itself to the public is that wide, kind of a wide stance.
Yeah.
So I would
Yeah.
agree with that.
Yeah, I think the portico share adds to it. The
yeah.
staff report says that the widest point of the house measures approximately 55 and a half feet across, which is approximately 12 feet wider than the next widest single-family structure on the block, and is 1 foot wider than the multifamily property, which is at the other end of the block.
But I think with the portico share, it's open, so you kind of get that feeling that it's not actually, the whole frontage isn't taken up by, and to include that portico share. So I hear your concerns, but I'm inclined to kind of disagree.
Well, does anybody have anything else? I move to approve HPCA 14-00116, all items. With specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property. There is a couple conditions that I am approving this with, that the new concrete for sidewalks, driveways, and curbs shall match the age, appearance, and design details, color, and texture of adjacent concrete, and that will remain, or if none present, will have an aged appearance and be brush finished in a medium gray color, and that all unaddressed utility boxes, meters, etc., will be located in the backyard or mounted on the back wall of the primary structure, will be less than 6 feet above the ground, and will not be visible from the public right-of-way. And the modular brick, use modular brick instead of king.
yes.
Is that for all items?
All items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Jennifer Board, second by Neela Crank Clements to approve all items. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Approved.
Thank you all. We'll see you on our 25th Street home here in a couple months.
Well, you've been easy to work with. We appreciate it.
Having fun.
Fun. We've never been told that before.
HPCA 14-00122 at 438 Northwest 35th Street, Edgemere Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of Denise D'Amico by Russell Fox for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace driveway and regrade elective, and 2, install French doors at rear elective.
Okay, is the applicant present? There he is. Okay. Come on up if you want to. Anybody have questions for the applicant? I don't have any questions.
There was some additional documentation on this one that I emailed out to the commission, but I'll pass it down as well, just some additional photos and drawings that they had provided. There were some comments from the neighborhood on this application as well. They were concerned about the level of documentation and not really clear on what the change in the slope of the driveway was going to be.
I had a question about that as well. Page 5 of 13. This picture, it's not in color, and this mentions pointing to the proposed changes in green. I'm assuming the existing slope is the top picture, and the proposed is the below?
Yeah, in black and white, it didn't quite come through, but yeah, you can sort of see that more gradual slope is the proposed slope, yes.
But you stayed in here, slope is exaggerated for illustration. So this
Well,
isn't
because
based on-
if I sort of made the profile very wide and flat, I felt it would be harder to read, so.
But you may have convinced me more if it was accurate, more than, because this seems really drastic, and I don't.
Yeah, it just, when I put it to scale in both directions, it was just all very low and flat and kind of hard to look at. But I'll be happy to do what I can to help clarify.
You're talking about the curve? Jennifer asked about the curve.
Vertical exaggeration in this one picture makes it look like a line.
Yeah. I think the committee was asking about the S-curve, which would be a curve and profile that would, be soft. You wouldn't have a hard edge on it, which most of the driveways are done with an S-curve. I think
Yes.
That's what the committee was saying. Your diagram doesn't show an S-curve. So,
Yeah, it's sort of more schematic that way, but really, of course, a natural transition between different grades was envisioned.
well, I did a house where they put it in like if you drew it. I made them take it out and put an S-curve in, because that's what we talked about. It's more of a gradual curve, so you have to be careful. Any more questions?
Are we sure we have enough information that everybody understands what's going to happen?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think I understand, but I think it's, the change is big.
And that's why I go to 2.5.15, where it's significant alteration of the topography of the property through extensive grading, removal, or alteration of rolled terraces, similar character-defining features filled or excavating is not permitted. And I'm not sure if there's a unique circumstance for this. Jeff?
I mean, we have a lot of driveways that roll up rolling terraces. I own one myself, and when I had mine replaced, they rolled it back up the rolling terrace. In fact, they didn't roll it back up as steeply as it rolled before, technically, but it was actually pretty close in the sense that it still rolls up the terrace, still exists, and then you see other driveways where they've just made a straight shot, like shown in the diagram, and it warps the surrounding landscape, and it doesn't feel quite right.
Right.
So I can't help but think there must be a happy medium between, what you have now and this sharp, corner going up the driveway and actually more of a roll up the rolling terrace that's there.
I don't think it's a question of the slope, it's a question of transition.
Right.
From the approach, curve up.
Right.
And then curve to the...
Instead of a straight shot.
Right.
Right.
Well,
with the
if I may,
That's what we're trying to get across.
I think what's a bit confusing about the documentation that was supplied is that initially our first presentation had been a straight 6% grade going from the curb to the front of the house, and after consultation with the city planning department, with Angela and Katie, that was modified so that instead that sort of 2-foot jump would, instead of being evened out over the whole thing, would just be evened out over 24 feet. And so that you did have more of an S-curve. So unfortunately, some of the documentation pertains to the first iteration of our proposal in the process. So I could understand the confusion because some of it does depict a straight shot, whereas really the intention after we discussed things was simply to have the maximum grade be that ADA compatible 1 to 12, and really reduce originally the length over which the topography was going to be changed was 37 feet. We've reduced it to about 24 feet, so that there's more of, so that extreme elevation is sort of extended over 24 feet, and then it sort of have that hump, that little S-curve, where it then rejoins the existing topography before the front of the house.
I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that we're clear so that we don't have to do it over. That's all I...
Right, so do we have anything that says that, or did
I'm
look
still, I'm unsure about that.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I'm unsure about.
I think we need to have a dimension site plan, cross-section shows the curve.
I think what the concern is the curve and then the height of the curb on either side, that it's an unknown.
The height of the curb on either side.
Right. Is that... Right, because we have these two, we have a photograph, and then we have this other, the black and white drawing, and on one of it, on the right, it looks, is this wrong?
That is the same picture. The printer was not cooperating with me, but that is
Right.
two of the same picture, just so you know. It's not two different images.
Katie,
But it
on
shows
the
that.
left, is that, how high is that on the left?
On
Is
the
that,
the left is just grass, and that's...
oh, it's just grass?
Yep, there's not a curb on the left side, and then on the right side, they're proposing a little curb to retain the...
Yeah,
slope
the
there.
maximum height of the retaining wall would be about 18 to 20 inches at its highest point.
Okay.
And it would follow the retaining wall would follow the arc of the rolling terrace.
And the retaining wall is on the right only?
As you face the house, it is
As you
only
face
on
the
the
house.
right, yes.
So Katie, can you clarify, is this the paper you said your printer was not coordinate,
No,
wasn't working
it's that one
correctly?
that Jennifer has. That's two of the same photo.
And it's grass on the left?
Jeff, does yours look like this?
Yeah, it looks like two of the same.
I mean, at your house.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
No, there is no...
Yeah,
there's
the
no-
copy made. I was the same.
Yes, my paper
I'm
looks
sorry,
like
I'm
your
just-
paper. No, there is no retaining wall on the side.
Right.
But actually, the grade kind of comes down slightly to meet the driveway, but not very much at all. But
Okay.
it's
I mean,
more
I have one
typical.
similar. Mine is so tall that we have to have steps on the side to walk up the driveway. So it's a pretty high retaining wall on one side.
I don't know that the retaining wall bothers me. I just feel like it looks like just an airstrip, that portion that's very flat. There's not a curve, like,
I think that's the whole thing, is
Yeah.
have that S-curve.
Yeah.
When you do that, there really isn't a flat section of concrete. It's all just sort of gently curved from top to bottom.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that was the intention.
It's hard to draw.
Yeah, it is.
Are you saying that originally it was a 37-foot straight shot down, but then you've changed it and the first 24 from the top is where the curve would be?
The 24, okay, if you look at this drawing, do you all have it in front of you, the drawing that's up here, which really, you see where there's sort of that crack in the concrete and you have that very steep upgrade?
Yes.
Okay, so starting from the point of the crack in the concrete, which is 12 feet in from the curb, the street, that instead of that whole elevation being just 8 feet with a 24% grade, we're taking it down to 8% grade over 24 feet. So it would be from 12 feet in from the street to about 12 or 13 feet from the front of from the front facade, that 24 feet. That would have that upslope. So it would still have a level part, an upslope, and a level part with gradual curve transitions, just over a longer stretch to sort of mediate that steep slope than exists now.
I think I understand that, but I think we're all wanting to just replace what you have right there, more or less, without a retaining wall, and I don't know, without the cutting further into the yard and creating retaining wall situations. Is that what?
I think the proposed change it goes against the guideline that Jennifer read earlier. But what is it, 2.5.15? I don't see how we... the alteration of rolled terraces and similar character-defining features, filling or excavating is not permitted. I feel like the proposed change
It's too much.
is too much.
Would excavate too much back into the
So-
yard.
I guess since I haven't faced this one before, are we saying that when we have driveways where the cars scrape, that we cannot change them?
No, I think we can,
Because
but I
that's
think this
part
is
of
too
their-
much of a change. Maybe we need to narrow it down a little bit,
Okay.
cut it back a little bit.
You know, it wouldn't, the top, if it was rounded, you wouldn't have the scripting problem. Looks like it has a sharper edge. So the top of the slope is going to go from how far back to, could you give us those two dimensions?
Do you mean that we're...
From the house, how far out is the slope now, and how far out would it be in your plan?
Okay, well, the proposal has, if you start from the front facade of the house, the proposal has the top of the downslope starting about 12 or 13 feet
12, 13 feet.
in front. The existing has it about it would be another 16 feet, about 28 or 29 feet in front of the facade of the
About
house.
28, 29, 12 to 13 to 28 or 29, that's about 16 feet that you're cutting back into the embankment. That's the bottom line, I guess, right?
I will note that this is a street where the rolling terrace is not uniform down the block. From one side of the house to the other, there is a more dramatic rolling terrace. So, staff wasn't too concerned about having, about the curb and doing something to kind of level that out, just because it's not like some of our blocks where you've got a straight slope that goes all the way uniformly down the street. From one side of this house to the other, it kind of changes and levels out. Yeah, you can see to the...
I would like to see somewhere in the middle. It seems like 12 feet's not enough in front of the house. Usually have a place to park a car or something in front of your house. So like 20 feet or something like that, and then start the S-curve. Somewhere in between what you're proposing and what you have, you could be able to possibly smooth it out a little bit.
Right, yeah, I mean, I get that severe break that's there right now, that's not very workable, serviceable, it's a hassle for your cars. But to take it all the way back like you propose, that seems like a substantial, like they've said at the other end of the horseshoe, a substantial change in the grading.
Can we meet in the middle?
Well, I think the other issue is just considering the needs of the homeowner, who is a 66-year-old woman who survived cancer and a stroke, who lives alone, and she is not physically strong enough to get her garbage cans up and down the existing slope, which is why in the second iteration of the recommendation, I proposed going to ADA-compliant guidelines for the slope, which is 1 to 12, or 8%. And shortening, and within that context, shortening the slope as much as possible to meet those guidelines. So it's also about the needs of the homeowner as well.
Lawyer, what do you think?
I don't know that that's rose to the level of unique circumstance to deviate from the guideline.
I think we've, in the past, approved installation of ramps as temporary structures when a homeowner has trouble getting up to their house. But I think this driveway as concrete is a permanent change. And I don't see that it's a unique circumstance that would allow us to deviate from the guidelines.
Get back to my comment about having a place to park one car in the front, because usually you do that, you come in the front door. If you continue the ramp so far back, that parked car would be would sit at an angle, which is not a good thing for a parked car getting in and out for a elderly person either. So I think you'd want to have a level place to park a car for safety. If you happen to leave the brake off, it'd roll out in the street. So that's so. So I kind of feel like we come out somewhere in the middle, let's say 20 feet at the top in front of the house, and then start the slope might be, okay? What do you guys think?
I'm in agreement. I think that there's a compromise here that we can make.
If we continued it, would you be willing to draw something else up that complies with what we're talking about right now?
Well, before, I'd like to get a sense of, is it a question of lack of clarity about what's being proposed, or having understood what's being proposed, wanting less of a change to the topography?
I think the last.
Okay, so it's not needing more documentation about what was proposed.
If you come back, we'd like to see dimension.
Right. I want to see what's your proposed, that we can look at the guidelines and feel comfortable with allowing something to happen without completely denying it right now.
Obviously, we prefer not the delay of having to bring this back. Is it possible to refer this, approve it conditionally and refer this administratively?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't feel comfortable with it. I'd want to see it again.
I'd like to see it.
Well, if this is then I guess it gets continued. I was hoping otherwise, but I guess it gets continued. And
We could take a vote, but it sounds like it wouldn't pass.
Would it be September?
But you'd have to get your information in by Wednesday?
Tuesday of next week.
Next Tuesday.
Okay. I guess a question, so that we can move forward with this, that I would have is about the retaining wall. If we're reducing the amount by which this is going to be changed, retaining wall, or simply just have it slope down to meet to meet the driveway? I mean, which is considered aesthetically and in terms of the sense of the neighborhood, to be better?
I would think retaining wall is not, usually you hit with your car and other things. I think a lawn rolling down to the driveway is better.
Right.
I agree.
I mean, I think that the homeowner is not invested in that either way. It's
also cheaper.
Yes, it is. Yes. It's simply a question of what's going to work for, in terms
I
of
see
getting...
he's asking too, if he has to get it ready by Tuesday, what are we asking him to bring?
Dimension site plan.
Just a dimension site plan?
Reflecting these comments.
Okay.
I think we need an elevation too, or what do you call that? Section. Yeah.
Okay, this time I'll add the curves.
Right.
It could be by hand.
Don't over-exaggerate it.
It could be even drawn by hand. Just show it, show the dimensions, the height,
Right.
how long, and all that.
Okay.
So I move to continue HPCA 14-00122, item 1. It's just item 1. We didn't talk about item 2. Item 1 to the September 3rd meeting. Second.
Is this your second?
Second,
Yeah, okay.
yes, sorry.
So you're so quiet. It's moved by Jennifer Bourne, seconded by Ann Zackwitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, continued to September.
Okay, now he has another item
Yep.
as well.
All right. French doors. Any comments?
I had no issue there. No.
Because it's not considered part of the public right-of-way, we're good with, even
It's
though
on
it's
the-
historic.
Right.
That was my only thing, really.
What was that?
So unless there are other comments or concerns, I would move to approve HPCA 14-00122, item 2.
Can I have a clarification, just real quick? Which set of 3 windows are you taking out? Because there's 2 sets of 3 windows on the back of the house.
Yeah, no, as you look here, it would be the set on the left.
Okay, thank you.
I second it.
Jennifer? Okay, been moved by Jeff Parks and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that item 2 is approved. Thank you.
HPCA 14-00127 at 3220 North Harvey Parkway, Edgemere Park, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of James D. Hilly by Nancy Camp for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace fence and gate required. This is work that has already been completed, but we review it as if it had not. A brick fence was removed and replaced with the fence that you see there. And there is a photo of the previous fence in your staff report. We've had some concerns from the neighborhood that what has been removed was a historic fence. We don't have anything to date the fence, so we don't know when that was originally constructed.
I can testify that because I live down the street, that the one that was washed out most recently was not the same as the one before it. It was solid. So it was worse. I mean, as far as water problems, it was worse. It was washed out twice. So since I've been there. So it was a solid brick fence. So one testimony.
So before it was a solid brick?
Solid. It was the same pilasters with solid panels in between, and not the transparent. It had, the second one had openings in the, yeah.
Oh,
Was the second one so that maybe the water could go through?
Well, it's only on the top there. So it'd wash out the bottom portion.
I don't see that was a previous,
It's quite a
did they get a
flood.
previous CA for that completely brick fence on a corner lot?
No, I don't think so, but it may just, I'm not sure what the history is there, if it's just been repaired over time.
Okay.
I agree with the neighborhood that we would not have approved this fence. It completely encloses the corner lot, which is clearly not allowed in the guidelines. I don't see how we can approve this as it's built.
Applicant present, and she is.
That's okay. It's the second, as you said, it's the second time the fence.
Your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Nancy Camp, and I'm representing James Hilly, the homeowner.
And can you sign in too, did you?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
It is the second time the fence has fallen, and we had to replace it in 2 panels. And one of the other issues was there was no more brick to be purchased. We purchased all the brick. It's what they call the Deaconess brick, and it came out of Springfield, Missouri. And my contractor could not get any more brick to replace it, and as it fell, it crumbled all the brick, and there was not any more to match the brick. And so that's the reason why we had to come back with something different. My uncle did not know that he needed to get a permit because it was replacing an existing fence, and it was just a big mess. So that was the other reason why it was replaced completely. And it's in the exact location.
Right. Those pilasters, the same place.
Yes.
Were originally. It's quite a flood through there.
All the water comes in the backyard, floods the house every time. In the last 3 years, we've had 2 floods inside the house.
In 3 years? So this is the 4th fence then?
That's what I understand.
Well, I'm looking at 2.8.9 for fences and walls in our guidelines, and it says that 75% transparent, not including posts or columns, is minimum for the corner. Is there a consideration of keeping the pilasters but taking down at least 75% of the wood?
Trimming down 75%?
And adding an iron fence? I mean, you can still have it be where it's keeping folks out, but it's transparent as the guidelines say for a corner lot.
I hate to tell you this, but when you have the next flood, that wood fence is probably not going to withstand
Yeah, it won't last
flood.
either.
With the gate, the wrought iron gate, it's going to let some of the water go, and there are some gaps in it so that the
there is?
water.
Okay.
Yes, and underneath as well.
Okay.
And there is a property at 30th and right behind Harvey Parkway that's the exact same size and location on the corner lot as well.
We have to take each property on its own merit. We don't know when that fence was put up, if they received a CA, so unfortunately, we can't consider that.
Okay.
Well, I will say one kind of unusual thing about this property is that it sits on 3 streets, basically.
Right.
The address is on Harvey Parkway, and then the side where the driveways are on the numbered street. And then the fence actually wraps around from the numbered street back around what I would sort of consider the back of the house. So while it is a corner lot, it's kind of a unique corner lot in that it has multiple corners.
An acre and a quarter, thanks. The entire yard.
I think the guideline that you were referring to is a guideline that addresses fences being located back 40% or more back from the front wall of the house, which
You're right.
that if they're not 40% or more back, then they have to be a certain amount of transparency. And this one is almost all the way at the back corner of the house, correct? We do have another guideline that I think didn't get included in the staff report that talks about encouraging fences at corner lots to be at least partially transparent, but it doesn't have that same strict percentage mark. It's just a...
In the
more
recommended
broad.
specific findings, Katie, you guys listed the proposed fence is not consistent with guidelines for transparency for corner lots. Just wanted to, yeah. So,
And I think I'm remembering the guideline, and I should not have assumed it was that one, but because we've had corner lot, people come in and wanting to have that be completely blocked out. I understand you want your privacy, but it's also a corner lot, and we have guidelines that go against it being completely shut off from that block.
So you're recommending 75% of the wood be trimmed back?
You mean
Is that what you
75% of the
said?
whole fence?
No, I was using a wrong,
So say there
I
wouldn't
was
be a...
using
Wrong
a,
section.
yeah. I don't know what
I think when we had a corner lot fairly recently in Heritage Hills, and I think kind of the happy medium was they took out some of the, and maybe, I may not be remembering correctly, but they had these 6-foot or 8-foot portions of wood, and they pulled them out and replaced those with wrought iron fencing, wrought iron panels. That way you have some transparency on that corner lot. So that might be a way to have a little more transparency there.
Part of the problem, usually the transparency requirement is for visual. It applies here, but also here we have a flood problem. It's a little different than a visual issue.
But the fence isn't going to keep the water out.
I know.
Maybe a retaining wall or some sort of regrading.
So
And
trying
that fence isn't
to...
going to help that.
No, that really, it would not stop these floods. I mean, the water was 4 feet deep back there. I wonder if you could go to every other board or something like that and make it somewhat transparent. That would let some visibility and also let some water pressure.
Well, Neela even brought up the photo that you had, what was the previous brick fence?
It was
Had,
a 5-foot brick fence.
Okay.
Went all the way around it.
But it had the transparent parts on the top.
right, it had, I mean, it was a little bit lower than what is shown here because that wood goes all the way to the top of each of those pilasters, and then it had, I don't know if there's an architectural term, I don't know it, but it had kind of the pokey, peekaboo holes through it.
Right, it
So
did.
it felt that it wasn't this big, stop.
So if the commissioners are in agreement that it needs to be more transparent, and maybe that's not the case, but if that is the case, Katie, can she come back and get an administrative approval if it is more transparent, or would she have to come back before the full commission?
I think, yeah, we could administratively approve it, make some revisions, and then do that at a staff level. You guys provide some direction on what you want to see. Yeah. And just to clarify, that guideline that you were thinking of before is 2.8.22. The corners of corner properties should have partially transparent or open fences or fence walls to avoid complete visual enclosure along side streets. So that's what that guideline is.
What is the construction, the board width, and all that? Is it
I'm sorry, I
the
didn't...
board width of the fence? 6 inch? You know,
Yeah, I believe it is 6.
the top cap, because there's no close-up.
Yes,
top cap?
I think it's 6.
Like I said, I live up the street, and one of the things, the way that the top aligns with the cap, it's just right up the top.
I don't,
To me, it'd be nice
Oh,
if it
okay.
was down just a little bit, and maybe we could go to every other board to get a 50% transparency.
Alan? I'd just like to add,
It'd be easy to modify that.
yeah, I think that's acceptable. I mean, I think that's reasonable.
Just trying to get some direction.
I'd just like to add a comment when you look at the site plan, that the house is in an unusual situation, and that the whole front of the house and the whole side of the house is exposed.
Exactly.
So really, the fence, in a way, is kind of like the backyard fence.
It is.
Right, and that's what I was trying to say earlier.
I think that makes this a little different in trying to, because then we would be saying that their backyard fence would have to be transparent. And is that the case on corner lots?
And
Certainly.
Because, I mean, it's really different than most corner.
And on the side, the south side of the property, that is all a chain link. So when you come to the front of the house, you can see through the backyard to the chain link, and then the wrought iron gate that sits on the north side of the house has some transparency as well.
This fence was brought to the commission only because there were concerns that the previously existing fence may have been a historic structure. The fence as constructed is in fact administratively approvable. Those portions of the guidelines that apply to transparency are recommendations. They're not set in stone. You do have the ability to approve this as is. If you believe that the lot is unique enough in and of itself and its orientation that it needs to be transparent, you can approve it as such. If you believe that this is in fact predominantly a backyard fence and that that situation is unique enough that it should not be transparent, you can approve it based on those facts as well.
Well, the previous fence, this is the fourth fence. The previous one was not the original fence.
I am unaware of how many fences were in fact in place.
Point
I
number one.
cannot verify that the previous fence was either historic nor non-historic. The fence that is proposed is administratively approvable.
Yes. So it meets guidelines. Does anybody want to comment on that? We need to. Anybody?
Given, again, the orientation of the lot, I have no real concern or problem with the fence that's been proposed, given that we know that the brick fence is not historic, and the fact that this is the side and technically sort of the back of the house, I have no issue with it.
I agree.
Is that a second? Oh, is that a motion? A second?
Sure, I'll move approval of HPCA 14-00127, replace the brick fence with specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
I second.
Okay. Been moved by Jeff Parks and second by Mary Jo Meacham. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Is it? I guess show of hands, okay? The nays?
Those are the nays, 2 nays.
Two nays. This is good. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You approve.
HPCA 14-00128 at 228 West Eubank Street, Edgemere Park, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Stephen Burke for certificate of appropriateness to install sidewalk elective.
Okay, is the applicant present? Gave up on us? Okay, any comments?
I think it's clear from the guidelines that they do not support a curved sidewalk. And they also have access to the porch, so they don't need that sidewalk. I don't think there's any special circumstances on this. So unless there's further discussion, I move to
I know what
deny.
you said exactly. You're saying there wasn't one?
So the guidelines don't support curved sidewalks, one, and two, there's not a special circumstance because they already have access from their side porch to, or actually it's the front porch, but from the side of that to the driveway. So I don't see a special circumstance.
Okay.
What is the odd little apron that comes off the front porch out and toward the front yard? That looks odd to me.
An odd little apron?
Yeah.
Was it?
That picture? This one?
Yes.
Maybe there was once a sidewalk to the street,
Perhaps.
perpendicular to the street.
Right. That I can see, but
Yeah.
So, just to the side, you mentioned about the curved sidewalks. Is that something in the guidelines that says that? It's come up before. I know we have a lot of curved sidewalks.
2.3.5.
3.5, yeah.
What does it say?
Sidewalks and driveways must be oriented perpendicular to the street.
Just perpendicular.
If historical documentation evidences previous existence of curvilinear designs conforming to the topography of the specific property or other shapes and designs, then such shapes may be allowed.
What I was going to suggest if they were here, but maybe they're not, is that if she's concerned about the curve that is along the bed, that this be straight, this be perpendicular, but the rest be curved. Not parallel. Excuse me. I'm getting my perpendicular and parallels wrong. Next, say that. I was trying to help.
Katie, is the applicant interested in putting in a sidewalk perpendicular to the street, or do they only want to do a curved sidewalk?
No, they just wanted the sidewalk to provide access from the
So then,
driveway.
if we deny it with prejudice, it's fine. They don't need to come back.
No, I don't think they would come back with anything else.
Okay, I move to deny HPCA 14-00128, item 2, with prejudice, with the specific finding that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district while property is not consistent with the provisions of the guidelines and is not in compliance with the relevant sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in the specific findings in Section D of the staff report.
Second.
Is that Ann?
Just a tie.
Was it? Okay, we'll go with you because you've done more than you have. So.
It's only fair.
The move by Neela Crank Clemens, seconded by Ann Zakowitz. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay?
HPCA 14-00131 at 2117 North Chartel, Mastiff Park Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application of Greengate Properties LLC by Martha Wooldridge for certificate of appropriateness to, 1, replace 2 front doors elective.
Okay, there she is.
Hi. I'm representing Martha Wooldridge because she had to go to the hospital last night. I work for her.
Okay, your name is?
Susan McKee.
Susan McKee, okay. All right, any comments, questions?
I agree with staff that the doors should be based more on the historic condition. Placement doors should be chosen carefully to ensure compatibility with the abutting sidelights. And there's a specific finding that the existing doors are presumed to be historic. I agree with that and would recommend a continuance unless someone has.
If I may, Miss Wooldridge has been on the internet and she's looked for replacement doors to exactly match what's there now. And there is, I think you've got a photograph maybe towards the back of the possible replacement doors that are solid wood. And there was a concern about the lining up of the minions on the door to the side glasses. And on the proposed replacement door, that actually will line up better with the top one on the side lights. And it'll it won't line up exactly on the bottom one like it does now, but the existing door now doesn't line up at the top.
I think
So you give up a little bit on one end to get on the other end.
I think what we're concerned about as well is that if it is truly a historic door, but there's nothing, can't find anything right now if it is or not.
Well, I tell you what, the bottom part of the existing door is actually plywood. Where it's solid. Yeah, I don't think they had plywood in 30.
It's been overlaid with plywood?
Well, actually, I don't know if you've got the picture there in front of you, but the bottom part, I think what it actually did is it rotted out and somebody replaced it. It's like kind of carved out and like almost veneered on top of it.
So that you're going to state that? Okay. Apparently, it's been pointed out that you are not the authorized applicant or representative, so we're going to have to continue this case.
Oh, okay.
It's required that either the applicant or the authorized representative or owner be present.
So my name should have been on the paper.
Yep.
Darn.
Actually,
okay.
required to be present, but as far as representing the owner, right?
Okay, well, she's still recovering.
Have to be listed.
Sorry.
Just to be clear, you have to be listed on the form, not
Okay.
present. So
All right, well, she...
we have to continue this. Do I like to make a motion to that effect? Sorry about that.
Continue it to September or October? October 1? October 1st, yeah. Okay. I move to continue HPCA 14-00131 to October 1st.
October 1st. Okay.
I second.
Was there a question before we vote?
Well, she was asking if Martha would be all right to come back, and she will be all right to come back. She's got OCPD. So she had a breathing episode last night. She can't come here today.
Sorry to hear that.
There was a question, though, about the door, well, more of a comment. Martha's tried to find carpenters to build a door exactly like that, and it's going to cost about 4 times as much as purchasing the door that she saw.
Well, she'll have to come back at the hearing in, would we say October?
October 1st.
Is there any way we could do it in September?
Sure, yeah.
Because they are in really bad shape, and somebody's already broken some of the glass.
So would you like to amend your motion?
So I'll amend my motion to continue this case till the September 3rd meeting.
September 3rd.
September 3rd?
I second it.
Okay. Been moved by Neela Craig Clemens, seconded by Jennifer Bourne to continue to the September meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, been continued. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
HPCA 14-00135 at 2313 Northwest 25th Street, Shepherd, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Kathleen Stuck for certificate of appropriateness to 4 demolish garage elective, 5 construct new garage elective, and 6 replace driveway elective.
Okay. Is the applicant present?
And you have some additional documentation that didn't make it into your packet at your seat. Yep, there's a site plan and then photos of the garage that were not included with your staff report.
Found that. Oh, right here. Okay. Any questions? Comments?
I agree with staff on their considerations, that there's a significant amount of reconstruction or of the garage that may be required in order to repair the foundation and roof, but it does not appear to be unsafe or irreparable.
Okay?
And the applicant is present,
Would you
so.
like to come to the podium and sign in?
I'm Steve C. I'm the general contractor on the project, and I can tell you that the building is in horrible shape. The roof is collapsing in places. The concrete slab, there's no foundation at all underneath the slab. The slab is cracked and just heaving on the inside. And so the building is just literally slipping off of the concrete. There was no footing underneath it, and they just basically poured a concrete slab and built a building on top of it, and the concrete varies anywhere from a couple inches to about 3 or 4 inches. And so that's what they have there now. And so what we're proposing to do is just take that down and build another building.
Okay. Ma'am, are you the applicant?
Yes, I'm the homeowner.
Okay. I want to make sure because you're the only one that signed this application that's similar to the first one. So, your name?
My name is Kathleen Stuck.
Okay. You would sign in too then? And you can speak on your, he can speak on your behalf now. So.
I'm sorry?
He can speak on your behalf now.
Oh, okay.
Protocol. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That was okay. I mean, that was basically what I wanted to tell you, that this building is just in pretty bad shape. Katie has been out there and firsthand seen the site and seen the garage. The driveway's in the same shape. It's heaving up in several places, and so we were planning on just replacing all the concrete drive at the same time down to the approach.
I understand this problem because when the wood is just sitting on a concrete base, then it's never going to get any better. The water's just going to sit there, and so the sill plate's all deteriorated.
It's the sill plate right now is just rotted almost all the way around, and anytime there's heavy rains, it just floods the inside of the space, and there's no stem wall or anything like that to keep it from coming in. So basically, there's very little that can be done unless you take the structure down, put the concrete stem wall in, and then put the structure back up on top of it, which is very
I agree.
unlikely.
Fortunately, that applies to about 90% of the garages.
Right, but I mean, there's really no way to repair it if it
Yeah.
doesn't, if the sill plate is sitting on concrete like that and it's not up. So then, as time has gone on, it appears that the dirt builds up, and so then the dirt is higher than the sill plate.
That's correct.
It's worse.
So it's just going to continue there's really no fixing the sill plate at that point, in my opinion.
Okay.
There's no fixing it without actually basically taking down the entire garage and rebuilding it from the sill plate back up.
Right, but if you would build it, if you would put the sill plate on the same concrete,
Right.
you'd have the same problem.
Exactly. Right.
You could see from some of those pictures, too, the ceiling on the inside is pretty well caved in, and the roof is in the same shape. It's caved in on both sides.
Katie, you visited the site, is that right?
Yes.
And what were your thoughts about the
So
condition?
it's definitely, the roof was scary. The roof is visibly sagging. The back wall, it was hard to get a good photo of it, but the back wall is visibly leaning. It looked from the inside, it looked like the east wall was leaning, but again, that's right up against the fence, so it's hard to get a good shot of that. And I do agree, it's one of those that, as we frequently see with these types of garages, the structural issues are ones that, yes, you could fix it and make repairs, but those same structural issues are going to continue to be there, just based on the way the garage is built. So,
I mean, in my opinion, we're talking about the structure, actually the slab is part of it, so it's like fallen apart. I don't really know how that could be repaired, personally.
I'm not sure if you have any pictures of the slab
There are.
in front of you, but, I mean, it's literally heaving in several spots, and
Party plank. Entry door. Underline shingles.
Katie, is this one where we need two motions?
Yes, we would want to, if we're wanting to approve the demolition, we need to do that separately with your little cheat sheet of demolition.
Okay.
And then a separate motion for the other items.
So the proposed plan is basically the same with an extension on the back?
Yes.
Okay. Of 18 feet,
Mm-hmm.
12 feet wide, okay. There's no elevations. Used to get elevations, aren't there? Are
There are elevations in your,
Supplement?
in that, yep.
Which one?
in
That one,
this.
okay. There they are. Okay. All right, any more comments?
I move to approve HPCA 1400135, item 4, with the specific finding that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, but it is necessary because of imminent threat to public health and safety and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved by Mary Jo Meacham and seconded by Jeff Parks. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Nay.
Is there a nay?
Yeah.
Aye, 2. Jennifer and Neela. Okay, that's the demolition, item 4. So it's been approved. Now we go on to item 5, the new garage. Joe, you're on a roll.
What?
You're on a roll.
Nobody commented on the design. What? No?
The new garage. We're on the new garage now.
I think what struck me is, and why I can't find it now, I'm not sure. On the back. Oh, it's in that. Find it. In the packet you've given us today, Katie, with the photos, this east elevation, I realize that behind a lot of these historic garages, there's this bit of unused space. So I get that's not a big deal to kind of fill that, but the east elevation just is this swath, this long wall. So that's quite a change from what was there originally. I wonder, would it do any good to break that up somehow?
Well,
Any
it
thoughts
is,
on
if
that?
it's going back in the location of the existing garage, which is right on the fence. So, you could put a window or something in that wall, but it's not going to be,
It's a 6-foot-tall fence
Yeah.
all the way down the side of the property.
So you wouldn't see a window even?
You wouldn't see a window.
So there will be is it on the fence line, or the window will be in front of
It's
that?
approximately 2.5 feet off the
So you'll have a
property line.
fence.
Mhm. The fence is existing, and it'll stay there.
So the roof line drops, though, for that addition? Is that right?
Yes.
yeah, the addition is not, the portion that sticks out the back is not as wide, so.
The addition's 20 foot wide, and the part on the back is less, so it's only 12 foot wide. So the roof line has to get smaller.
Okay.
The two gables.
I think you could look at one of the other elevations, and you could see what I'm talking about there. You'll have a little half
Sorry, we
gable.
just didn't have these before right
I'm
now,
sorry.
so we're trying to kind of, okay.
I have a question about the garage doors. Is there a reason you're using a single garage door rather than two?
That was just something that the owner preferred. See, her issue with the two doors that are there now, which are basically just two pieces of wood with hinges on them that open up, is that there's no way to actually pull into a second garage because of the steepness of the curve there. You can really only use one part of it, and that's to go straight into that garage. the distance from the house to the garage, the existing garage, and which same location of the new garage, there's not enough room there to actually turn a car and go into a second door there. So we just applied the single door application so that you could use that area to get in, and then also behind that area, there's going to be a safe room basically built into that space inside the garage. So.
Thank you.
And so you're putting, the door that you will have is on the part of the garage that's visible from the public right-of-way down the driveway.
That's correct.
So that, I mean, that makes sense.
That's correct, yes.
So our packet has two different west elevations, and one of them has a little kind of porch extension over the door, and one does not.
That's correct. We prefer to use the one with the porch. We originally drew it without a porch, and the homeowner asked if it would be possible to put a little overhang over that door just so that the rain and stuff wouldn't go right directly onto it.
And that door has the windows in it, is that right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
On the sides of that extension over the door, is that a solid wall coming out from the garage?
No, those are just posts.
Those are right here?
A little porch roof.
So those are just posts?
Yes, those are just posts. Similar to the front porch on their house, they have posts on the front porch also.
Pretty skinny. How big are those?
I'm sorry?
They're pretty skinny. How big are those?
We proposed them to be like a 6x6 or even a 4x4. I mean, we're open to...
Well, that looks like a 4x4.
Yeah, it's a very small, I mean, it's 4 foot by 3 foot. The little porch is 4 foot by 3 foot, so we didn't want to get too carried away with a massive post there. We felt like it kind of overbear the...
Just drawn out of scale, so, okay.
Well, the drawing should be to 1/4 inch equals a foot scale, so... I'm not sure if copies came out that way, but that's what was presented to the committee.
Okay.
I move to approve HPCA 1400135, items 5 and 6.
We haven't really talked about, you want to hold off on that?
Okay.
We'll talk about?
I think the driveway is just going back exactly where it was. We just included it to be all part of one, but it's administratively approvable,
Okay.
so.
All right, so 5 and 6?
5 and 6.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Joe Meacham and seconded by Jeff Parks. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That was Jennifer and Neela, so. Okay, you've been approved.
Thank you.
Okay, next case.
HPCA 14-00139 at 701 Northwest 17th Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration of possible action on application of Josh Musgrove for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace retaining wall and add steps from yard, elective, 2, replace fence, elective, and 3, construct garage, elective.
Okay, is the applicant present? All right, any comments on this one?
So Katie, you had recommended a condition that all of the trim be actual wood instead of the hardy board. So in all of our little hardy plank garages that we've been building, the trim is not a hardy plank product or a hardy board product. It's
It's something that we, I think, on some applications have not asked for, or people haven't specified what that was. We've had a couple of new construction things lately that have used a hardy trim that was, well, we had a sample of it at the last meeting that was very, very flat, and that when you see it built, has a very different look to it than, a true 1x4 wood trim. So,
No, I remember that sample, and I did not like that or feel it was appropriate. But I guess I assumed that there was some sort of hardy product out there that was appropriate in shape and
and I
scale
think
and fit.
there is trim that's thicker than that. That's, yeah.
So can we, I'm okay with using that fiber cement board on the trim. so long as it's maybe a 1x4, maybe that thickness and width. I don't know if we can say that as a condition, or if they would even agree to that. I don't know if we can even do that.
I think you can approve it with a condition, and if they're not okay with that, they'll come back to us, since they're not present.
Did they just not specify the trim in the application? Is this the, or did they?
I think they did specify that they were planning to use hardy materials for all the trim and soffits and such.
Okay.
In regard to the soffits, staff mentions that we regularly approve the fiber cement siding for new construction of garages. The guidelines do not specifically address the use of other fiber cement products, such as for elements such as trim and soffits. Does anyone have a strong opinion on the soffits being wood or true beadboard or a fiber cement product?
I guess in my brain, again, I assume that if you're going with the fiber cement product on the siding, that the other elements would be as well, that you wouldn't mix that with real wood, so long as whatever that fiber cement product is mimics the appropriate wood alternative in its shape and form and texture. So I would have no problem with that.
Okay.
So Katie, I would like to make a motion to approve this with conditions. This is not my motion yet, but I have a question about the beadboard. What would they need to provide to you to prove that it's something that complements the architecture and the materials used?
It would just be the same, manufacturer's specifications like they have for the hardy siding or all the other products. So that's easy to go back and get what we need.
And then you can approve that, not administratively, but continue with to get the CA? Okay.
So Kelly, are we saying that they can use either or? Or they're going to use the hardy plank, not the wood?
They're going to use the same product that they're using for the siding.
Okay.
Or they could use wood if they wanted to. Is that an okay thing too?
But then the whole thing is one material. Is that what you're saying?
No.
No.
I mean, wonder if they
hardy
can't
plank
get
siding and wood trim and wood
Yeah.
soffit board, they could do that too, right? Okay.
Because the beadboard might not be available in hardy plank.
Okay, so I move to approve HPCA 14-00139 with conditions. One of them is that the trim on the trim be 1x4 and that spec sheets be provided to staff. Also, the beadboard can be fiber cement, but spec sheets need to be provided to staff for approval. And then I guess they can also choose to use wood. I don't know if that's the best way to word it.
That's fine.
I second.
So Jennifer? Okay, it's been moved by Neela Crane Clements, seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. It's been approved with...
Okay, and that was for the retaining walls and the whole package, right?
Yes, sir. We didn't really talk about those. Yeah. All items?
Okay, yes, all items.
HPCA 14-00143 at 2233 Northwest 25th Street, Shepherd, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Darren and Ashley Wright by Todd Tramba of Tramba Construction for a certificate of appropriateness to 4 install shutters elective, 8 replace front porch ceiling and gable end elective, 9 replace front porch columns elective, and 10 reconfigure and replace garage doors elective.
Okay, and you must be the applicant or owner? Applicant? you state your name?
Todd Tramba.
Okay, Trainberg Construction. Okay, any questions? Comments?
You've seen that applicant, or you've seen the application, and you've seen, or I'm sorry, the staff report in the recommended findings for the shutters. Are you in agreement, I mean, that you would change them? I want to continue that item to give you time to look for shutters that are actually ones that would really close or bring us dimensions that would say that if they really were in use, they actually overlap the window currently?
Right. Making the shutters actually functional?
Correct.
Or have the appearance of functional?
Correct.
And that issue that we talked about with Angela was on the double windows.
Right.
Well, there's a couple ways we could address that. You could actually have a shutter that's actually like a bifold that would kind of lay upon itself. And then from the street, it would still look like a single shutter, but it would truly be a double shutter that when it was closed, it would look like a bifold shutter. Or you could install the two middle shutters on the wood trim piece, but they would be locked out on kind of like a lock you would put on a chest, kind of perpendicular, and I think that would look a little bit odd. So, but in regards to that, if you drive down Northwest 25th and drive through that neighborhood, I have some pictures that I'd emailed to Angela, but she might not have had time to send them out. There's a lot of houses. I have pictures of 6 just within about a half a block, including the neighbors that does have double windows with the shutters on the side. So I don't think it would stand out in that neighborhood as being odd. I think it would actually just kind of fit right in. I'd be happy to pass this around if you wanted to look at some of these sample photos.
Is there any evidence that they had shutters before?
Yes, on the brick, on the lower portion of it, it's that page and the other one. On the lower portion of the brick, there's holes on either side where there were shutters installed at one time.
Okay.
We can't tell on the upper because there's asbestos siding right now, so we can't see the original siding.
On the other houses where there's 2 different materials, one on the top and one on the bottom, are there shutters on the top and the bottom?
Yes, on some of them. On some of these pictures that I'm passing out, you can see that. The house actually directly to the west of it has double windows on the second floor with shutters on it.
Okay.
But if need be, I mean, we can make the shutters functional. It's just a matter of you telling us how you want us to do that and what you think would look best.
I don't think it's actually important that they actually are actually functional, but if they could at least look like they are, could be, if they, you know.
Right.
Right.
What does that mean?
The size of them, right. But the size of them is...
Well, for the double window, then they have to be real wide.
Right.
Well, or like he was saying, like they were hinged, and so they would in fact be a thicker shutter, so that when you hinge, right, exactly, right. Otherwise, it would be, there would be massive shutters and look exceptionally odd. Yeah. Right.
So if the window's 32 inches wide, we would fabricate the shutters at 16 inches.
Right.
So that whatever the width of the window is, we'll make it so it appears to match. And if we need to on those double windows, if we need to double that up so it looks like a bifold or actually make it a true bifold, we could do that if that means getting the shutters installed.
Okay.
Okay. Any question on the other items?
And you provided 2 different shutters.
Well, the one they were hoping to use is the one, this page right here that shows, this is just kind of a spec sheet from the manufacturer that talks about the dimensions and stuff. The one that we're actually hoping to use is the one with the 3 panels in it, just because that would better match the styling of the garage door that we're hoping to use.
And it's the one that, it's solid wood panels instead of the louvered.
Correct. It's a raised panel shutter.
Okay, all right.
Are you going to be able to put a shutter on the window, between the window and the front door?
It'll fit. There was one there originally. I think you almost have to, otherwise it's just going to look like something's missing. Granted, is it ideal? It's probably not most cosmetically great location, but there was one there at one time.
When you say new front porch, are you taking the entire porch off and replacing it?
No, the plan was to just basically take it down to the framework. If you can kind of see the underside of it, it's kind of got a vault into it now.
Uh-huh.
But what we did is we're trying to replicate something that goes with the styling in that neighborhood. And so what we saw were 2 or 3 houses that had kind of the barrel. And that seemed like it fit more with the neighborhood than actually doing a vault. We didn't see anything with the vault, so we opted to put something.
So are you saying that the ceiling is what you're talking about?
Correct.
So that's not historic? It's not original?
No, it's not. Right now, the front of the gable actually has a masonite siding, and the yellow boards you see right there on the underside, it's actually a furring strip. It's a 3.5 inch. It's a rounded. It's a relatively cheap product. And the posts I don't think are originally there. I think they've been replaced with pressure-treated lumber because the way that they've twisted, and you can see they have big checks in them, where they're just really not in good shape.
And what would the new posts be made out of?
They're a wood colonial type post. I'd put something in the package showing
Right.
that.
And then, Katie, did you have a question about the material used for the cap and the base?
I think you had a fiberglass cap and base
Yeah,
proposed.
it's like a composite type plastic that comes with these caps and base.
And I think in the past, a lot of times the commission hasn't approved using that material unless there was some kind of documented issue with water that had been ongoing. Or otherwise, we've wanted to ensure that you weren't going to be able to visually distinguish it from the wood columns.
Right.
So,
Well, if we need to fabricate those caps out of wood, we can do that. If that's your preference.
Yes.
We can do that. That's an easy fix.
What's above that soffit on the front porch?
Well, right now, there's, above, you mean on the gable?
Yeah, I'm talking about the soffit that's now peaked.
If you look at it close, it's the OSB that the actual roof was decked with, and it's painted OSB. There's no flashing or anything. So that's why we were hoping to cover up the OSB on that front gable and kind of around the sides to add a little piece of bed molding, just to kind of cover that up and install the appropriate metal flashing.
Okay. All right, any more questions? Let's see, what are we going to talk about?
You're proposing to install shutters on both stories of the front elevation, is that correct?
That is what the homeowner would like to do.
Is there proof that the second-story windows had shutters?
We don't know because right now the house currently has asbestos siding, so we can't see all of the original wood siding right now.
The guidelines allow for shutters being placed where they existed historically, and we see that on the first floor. But we don't have that proof on the second floor. It may very well have been there historically. I just don't know. We just don't have that proof.
Right.
Unless there's some photographic evidence the homeowner can dig up.
Well, the rest of that says, and where are they appropriate to the style and character of the house? So I think to do the bottom floor only would be kind of, I think it'd be okay. They're in the character of the house.
Yeah.
they also are proposing to replace that siding, so we could ask that once that asbestos siding comes off, you
Verify.
take some photos of what's underneath and...
Well, now that I'm seeing the rest of that sentence, as long as they're appropriate to the style and character of the house, I think it's okay.
You look at the house right next door. Yeah, on both sides, actually, they all have shutters.
If you drive down 25th, there's more houses with shutters than there are without, so.
Did staff have a recommendation for item number 10?
Garage doors?
I just see 8, 9, and 4.
Nothing in there, right.
But you provide recommendations that it sound like would be fine.
Didn't mention 9.
Right, I mean, I do see that, and I do, and I'm,
Right, but you're
I'm gonna
right,
approve
it's not listed under item E1,
I'm being-
where I would expect it to be. Right, yeah.
Regarding item number 10, the only thing that I noticed in the packet that we received, I don't know what yours says, the manufacturer of that raised panel door, because it's a 15-foot door, it's a custom ordered door, we cannot put the windows in. So the request to put windows on that garage door, we'd like to retract because we're not going to be able to put windows on that door. So it would have that same raised panel on the top panel as well.
Yeah, I think we were comfortable approving the door. It just didn't get, it probably could have been included with approves item 8 and 9.
Okay, and there were two options for the door, right?
so you want to use page 19 of 22, the preference number 1, but you're not going to have windows in it.
Correct, yeah, we're going to use the raised panel door, but not include the windows since the manufacturer can't fabricate that 15-foot door with windows.
So it's preference number 2?
Well, we weren't sure regarding the windows at all, which one you guys would prefer, so we gave a preference of which window we liked, but then after the fact, once we started communicating with the garage door company, they came back and said they can't manufacture it with windows, period, no matter what style you choose.
Okay.
So we have zero preference on the windows because we can't have them.
So I'm confused. Which one are you asking for then?
Without the windows?
With it, preference 1 without windows, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion out here? Yep.
I move to approve HPC A 14-00143, items 8, 9, and 10, to replace front porch ceiling, gable end, and columns with the following conditions: that the base and cap of each column be constructed of wood in the same style as proposed. And then in item number 10, the specific findings that the proposed opening of the previous closed garage door opening is appropriate, that the proposed oversized garage door will have no adverse effect on the property or district, and that the proposed garage door design and materials are compatible with the property and district.
You mean to leave out 4? I guess you did.
I did leave out 4.
Okay. It's been moved. There's a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jennifer Board, second by Neela Clements. Items 8, 9, 10, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, approved on 8, 9, 10, and must be an issue on 4.
How does the commission feel about continuing number 4, only to see the drawings that Jeffrey talked about as well, with the stacking of making it look like for the double windows that it actually could, but they're not going to be true size? I don't know if would everybody like to see that or not really?
I would like to see it. I would too. I can't visualize it.
The only thing that would really change on that would actually be the width. So you want to see like an elevation drawing of the shutters, like from the front and the side.
You were actually proposing to use 2 shutters and use a hinge?
Well, if we're going to make them actually function,
Right.
We would have to make them like a bifold,
Yeah.
in which they would be two pretty much stacked on top of each other so that they could truly fold. But if it only has to appear to function, then it would look like just a standard shutter. We're basically buying two shutters and stacking them, and
I think that's kind of
they're
silly.
never going to function.
I agree.
Which way?
I don't think this,
think
I know
it's-
it's kind of a problem, but I think just stacking them or making them double, it just seems, I don't really think that, I don't know. I don't think anybody's going to
Total
notice
fake.
that. It's just, they're just going to really see the front of it.
It's
But I
worse than
understand
decorative.
the issue of having it look like, no matter even if they're doubled, that it still looks like that there's one.
I think they were decorative, which means it could be a single, or it's functional, which means they're a hinged pair.
Right. I think in this case, they were decorative, so in the beginning, they weren't meant to function. So I did notice, I drove around a little bit, and the one I noticed, I thought, it didn't have shutters on the double. But there's shutters on doubles everywhere. So I don't know.
They're decorative.
Right.
So I would agree. I think it could be a single, the decorative, counted as decorative. But
And I mean, particularly this style. I mean, if it was older, if it was like from the 20s or 30s or something, maybe where they actually intended maybe for them to work, but on this style, they really just went to the store and bought shutters to make it look like, to give it a colonial revival appearance, you know. So that was the intent in the beginning, so I don't know if we need, that's my thought.
Well, and I think the guidelines are probably written the way they're written to keep people from going to the store and buying really ugly, bad shutters and slapping them on an historic house, and they don't really fit with the windows that are there at all. So I think it's, it's kind of a balance to keep from shooting ourselves in the foot down the road, that just decorative, but just decorative and looks good are two different things.
decorative.
I agree.
Yeah. And I don't disagree that, the shutters that are shown on this elevation, but those look pretty good. The sizes that he's thinking about using for the windows, they seem okay. And if he's going to come back with another drawing, it's probably going to look exactly like this one.
Right.
I would
Right.
think. So,
Except they'll be stacked,
except they'll be stacked, which,
Because it sounds like in this case, we're going to get a nice wood shutter versus, like somebody just replacing it with a vinyl or plastic or something shutter.
Yeah, it is a solid wood shutter.
Yes.
It's a pre-finished hemlock type wood, same as the garage door. I mean, they're expensive shutters. They're nice. And you're absolutely right. The only thing that would change if we provided an elevation drawing would be the side of it. It would literally just be twice the width.
in thickness.
Correct.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, what is your preference on look? This preference number 2 is this louvered, which is consistent with the neighborhood.
Not necessarily. I think preference number 1 is more appropriate. You do see both of them in the neighborhood. I don't disagree with that. If they're willing to do preference number 1, I would prefer that as well.
The preference is to use the raised panel ones. We really don't want to use the louvered shutters just because we want it to match the garage door and just tie everything together nicely.
Right.
So if we beat back the continuance?
I move to approve HPCA 14-00143, item 4, install shutters with the specific findings that additional, approval.
Second.
Was there a second? Oh, Ann did, okay. Okay, it's been moved by Jennifer Bourne, seconded by Ann Zakowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you're completely approved.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's me. I need to abstain from this. Okay. And Jeff, you need to take over. We'll come back.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
right, I'll call us back to order as we need to proceed onward, clinging to our quorum. Katie, would you introduce the next case?
HPCA 14-00146 at 215 Northwest 32nd Street, Edgemere Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of Alan Brown for certificate of appropriateness to 1 Construct Garage Addition, elective.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
Would you please sign in?
Alan Brown, 215 Northwest 32nd.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any comments or questions from the Commission? Staff had recommended a condition on the door. We also had comments from the neighborhood that mention that a similar door has been approved on the back of the house
Yeah,
already.
it's the same exact door. I sent a picture also, photograph.
Yes, we gave Alan a hard time about his door, because we typically see more traditional-looking pedestrian doors on garages. It is located where you're not going to see it from anywhere other than the backyard, and since there's already the same door on the house,
Right.
you may not
Back door, too.
take
right?
issue with it.
Yeah.
I suppose you could say it makes it distinguishable from the historic fabric.
You could say that. I think it fits in as a horizontal window pattern that's more like not so much the divided light type look as the front window, so, yep.
Well, I move to approve HPCA 14-00146 with this specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property. The items comply with all relevant guidelines and sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
Second.
I have a motion from Jennifer Bourne and a second from Neela Crank Clements to approve the application. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
HPCA 14-00148 at 2415 North Walker, Paseo, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of 23rd Equity LLC by Chris Lauer for a certificate of appropriateness to 1, renovate east facade, including storefronts, awnings, signage, lighting, and masonry repair, elective. 2, restore enclosed window and door openings on south facade, elective. 3, add door to west elevation for a proposed courtyard, elective. 4, install roof sign, elective. And 5, request for recommendation to the Urban Design Commission on proposed courtyard, elective. Excuse me. Couple of things here. As you can see, they have previously removed a false facade and mansard roof from the front of the building and revealed the historic fabric that was still there underneath. So they're now going back and restoring that and putting storefront windows back in. The proposed courtyard on the back, the back wall of the building is the end of the boundary of the HP district. So the courtyard is in Urban Design Commission. We got lucky. Yeah, well, and they're setting it off the building by 2 inches, so it's not actually touching the historic building. But because it's obviously right up against it, we said that what we would do is have the commission make a recommendation to Urban Design Commission. That's not binding in any way, but you can forward your comments on that, and then it'll go to UDC for approval for the courtyard part.
And I happen to agree with the staff report that I'm not thrilled with the design we have for that back wall yet, so that will be changing. We're open to suggestions.
You must be
Chris
the
Lauer.
applicant.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So I love the project. I think it's an excellent example of adaptive reuse, and really thrilled that you guys have taken this on.
Thank you.
Definitely help that block there.
And what a great find underneath that front wall. That's great facade.
We were very fortunate to find what we found behind the mansard. And some of you may have noticed there's a rendering on here that shows a double entry door in the front, and then most of the elevations show a single. We're really planning on just having the single entry door, in case you're wondering, unless you like the double doors better.
Well, I'm probably the only person here that actually went to the Bora Bora Club once. So we're not losing much.
I was there too.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
We admit it, right?
Salsa dancing lessons.
Yeah.
Did you ever find any historic photographs of the front of the building?
We couldn't. We looked everywhere, and I think Katie's staff looked too. We went to the Oklahoma Historical Society. We found one photograph from the corner of 23rd and Walker that was a picture of the corner of 23rd and Walker, and you could see the building in the distance, and it was so fuzzy you couldn't make anything out. So, I am not sure that the building ever had awnings on it, but we've got, I think, 3 pretty good reasons for wanting to add the awnings. One is just to give the building a little bit of architectural interest because it's just a flat front. 2 is to create some shelter and help the walkability along that sidewalk. And then since the building faces east until about 1 p.m. during the summer on daylight savings time, we've got sunlight streaming in those front windows, and it's going to add to the heat load tremendously. So being able to shade those from the morning sun is we feel going to be very energy efficient. So, and obviously around the corner on the rise, which was built at roughly the same time, they have awnings down the sidewalk of very similar style. So. I guess the one issue that we do need to talk about is the sign on the back. And the only reason we thought about putting a sign up there was, again, historically, you've got like the Midtown sign on top of the Plaza Court building, and you've got the milk bottle down the street. Anyway, what you see from the back is the air conditioning units that have been there for as long as we know, and I thought that being able to identify the business from across the parking lot, as well as maybe hiding some of the mechanical, that we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But we're not married to that, but that is on the building, and that is within the purview of this committee. So, and I'm happy to continue that too if nobody has any. We can continue it. It's suggested. I think staff suggested that part be continued. So.
Yeah, I don't think I love that sign on the back. I get that there's a need to cover the mechanical equipment, and definitely I'm sure there's a way to do that, but the sign, because you're right, I mean, you're in a residential district. It's right there. I don't know, I guess there's going to be gooseneck lights, is that right, for that sign?
That was our thought.
I just don't want it to be too overbearing for the houses that are on the north side of 24th.
24th, right.
Any thoughts on that?
I kind of agree. I think personally the sign doesn't do much from that side. It's not the main entrance. You could maybe do something lower.
Problem is, if we put up a fence or a wall, which we're anticipating being about 8 feet, and then you've got sight line, you've probably only got a couple of feet on the top of the back of the building that would be even really visible. But
maybe something kind of lower key on that stone wall facing the...
Yeah, I guess that it just seems very prominent, that location.
Right.
Maybe if it were lower or...
Maybe on that stone wall?
Yeah.
By the doors?
I mean, I get your issue of only having a couple of feet in the sight line, but I wonder if there's some way to work that.
We may not even keep the stone wall. Again, the staff recommended that was sort of out of character for anything else in the neighborhood, so we may be proposing a brick wall or brick pilasters with wood.
Whatever it is.
And that'll be, again, something for urban design to look at, but...
I just had a question on the storefront and the size of the windows, being that traditionally maybe the knee wall is shorter. Is that designed because you're going to have
tables
next
against the
to
outside
it,
wall
but-
and actually booths against, on the north side, there are going to be 3 booths in there. So basically, it's...
Right, because it's not really a traditional
Right about here.
knee wall.
Seated right about here.
Right. On the window's generally bigger and the knee wall is generally lower.
Well, in retail, yeah, you would expect to have something going all the way down so you could show things in the window. I've had a couple of restaurants that had those, and you end up, you see people's legs under tables and stuff, and I think everybody's happier from the inside and the outside, not necessarily seeing under the tables.
Well, I move to approve HPCA 14-00148, items 1 through 3, with the specific findings that no physical evidence of the historic storefront remains and no other documentation has been found, that the proposed work is compatible with the form, style, and period of the historic structure, the proposed signage utilizes the historic sign bands and appropriately addresses the conversion of the property to a single restaurant use, and that the proposed materials appear to meet all the relevant guidelines. Also, that the proposed opening for the door and entry is allowed and is compatible with the historic structure, that the proposed door, the single door.
Single door. Actually, the door you're referring to, I think, is on the back.
Backside, I'm sorry, you're correct.
It'll be a single door also.
Yeah, that the proposed door is not prohibited by the guidelines and is appropriate in the character of the structure of the proposed doors, locations, and use, and that there is no known historic precedent for the use of rooftop sign at this location, and that a sign at the courtyard entrance may be more appropriate to scale. That was the... I'm sorry, I'm on item 4. Minus that one. Sorry, I went crazy with my specific findings.
Back up.
Yeah, take away that last one. And then we'll have no adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C of the staff report.
Second.
Is that Heather?
That was Heather.
It's moved by Jennifer Bourne, seconded by Heather Clemmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so items 1, 2, and 3 are approved. And now...
What do we do about 4?
I move to continue HPCA 14-00148, item 4, with a specific finding that there is no known historic precedent for the use of the rooftop sign at this location, and that a sign at the courtyard entrance may be more appropriate, be a more appropriate scale. That additional information is required from the applicant in order to determine whether the action requested is consistent with all relevant guidelines and are in compliance with the relevant sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report. It will also continue to October 1st, or...
What's your timeline? I mean, if we continue it till September, then we're supposed to have revisions by next Tuesday.
Good question. Let's go ahead and continue to October if we can. And I mean, we can put the sign up on the back anytime.
October 1st.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Jennifer Bourne, seconded by Heather Clemmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item 4 is continued. Now item 5.
Thank you all.
We still have another item.
We have one more. Yeah.
One more item, Chris.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
courtyard.
HPCA 14-00148, I recommend approval of the proposed courtyard to the Urban Design Commission with the condition that the architectural details be revised to be more compatible with the existing building and the character of the surrounding area.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Crank Clemens and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, recommended.
Great, thanks. And I'll be in touch about that.
HPCA 14-00149 at 256 Edgemere Court, Edgemere Park, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Julie and Gary Vaughn by Catherine Montgomery of Preservation and Design Studio for certificate of appropriateness to 1, convert east attic vent to window elective, 2, convert south attic vent to window elective, 3, convert attic vent to dormer with window elective, 4, construct south dormers with windows elective, 5, construct west dormer with window with altered roof line elective.
Thank you. I'm Gary Vaughn. Good afternoon. My wife, Julie, and I are the owners of 256 Edgemere Court. We're recent owners, recent purchasers. We're here today to answer any questions that you may have, and we've been attracted to the neighborhood for a long time. We're excited to get in there, and I trust the commission will find our case to be appropriate in character and kind, and in the spirit of what the HP standard guidelines have said. But have a lot of respect for what you all do, and we've learned a lot going through this process. You all have a lot to oversee and take care of, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments?
Catherine Montgomery, Preservation and Design Studio. After reading the staff recommendations, we felt that we needed to provide the commission with some additional information. So Mr. Vaughn drove around his neighborhood and took photographs of lots of properties that have windows in places of attic openings and dormers on fronts of facades. So with your permission, I would like to hand those to you. As those are going around, there were two important points that I thought needed to be made, both for this project and just in general terms. One is the definition of a dormer, and so I've included several snapshots of definitions of a dormer, which are all pretty consistent, that a dormer is a complete structure, including the sidewalls, the roof, and a window. As opposed to the window guidelines that had been specified or indicated during the review, we feel that the window guidelines aren't really applicable, and that dormers should be judged as dormers in and of themselves. And then the second item has to do with whether replacing an existing attic vent with a window is considered a new opening, and I would argue that it's not a new opening, it's an existing opening, and it's simply a matter of what's filling that opening. So those were the two major points that we wanted to make, and that's what the 3-page letter that's on top talks about. And I hope Rita enjoys reading that, because I know she likes that kind of stuff. So then the photographs you have there are, as I said, of vents and windows, the definitions, and then the final page shows you the condition of the east-facing vent, attic vent.
Catherine, for my clarification, could you just say what side of the residence item 3 is on? Convert attic vent to dormer with window.
Item number 3 is on the north side, which this is a corner property. East is front, and north is a side elevation. So you can see there, that's the existing vent with a louver.
Thank you.
How do we feel about this primary elevation being turned into an opening? I mean, that's really the item number 1. I'm sorry. Yes. The east attic vent. The front elevation. I mean, I guess I'm wondering the commission's thoughts on that.
I don't see an issue with converting vents to windows if the window's compatible with the other windows.
It's been done a lot in the neighborhood. So.
I mean, I do agree with staff's recommendations that it, because it's a highly visible location, but
I mean, sometimes even originally there was a window instead of a vent. So I don't really, I mean, even though there wasn't occupancy, upstairs, people would put a window instead of a vent in the vent holes. I don't really see a problem with going back to that.
Yep, we don't really have guidelines that specifically address converting vents to windows. We've typically included the references to guidelines for installing a truly new window when we've had applications to do this, but I think the Commission has approved conversions of vents to windows before that were well forward of that 30% mark on the side, as long as it fit within the existing opening. So,
on number 3 on the north, was that dormer modified? You're proposing modifying it?
Yes.
Yes. That is a vent primarily for an attic fan.
You're going to put...
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're going to insert, you're going to take out the vent, put in window, but are you enlarging the vent?
A little bit, not a lot.
From 8 to 10 feet.
From 8 to 10 feet wide?
No, 6 to 8.
6 to 8, okay. I think that was the issue.
Isn't it?
It's 6 to 8 feet. That's originally, it's got this door on it that opens and closes for the attic fan, which is unoperational. The attic fan has been vacated, but that was the vent for the attic fan primarily.
Okay, now I see.
And the previous owner had just redone, the dining room is below that, and they had redone the ceiling because it currently leaks. So, and we wanted to keep the same architectural feature there, but just turn it to a dormer because the attic space is going to, we want to convert it to living space. So we've tried to keep the same historical fabric with our design in the elevation.
Another one of those corner houses where you've got 2 fronts and more visibility.
As we were working through the design on this, I was recalling some of the cases that have actually occurred in Edgemere Park itself, which include the addition of new dormers. And in fact, we included some photographs of one that's real close to this one. It's on page, it's on page 6 of 6 for the neighborhood survey dormers. And you can see that it's on a highly visible corner lot, and the dormer is over the garage doors, and it's right out there and seeming, I feel that it's not as sympathetic to the architectural style as the one that we've designed, which basically just echoes the design of the one that's there now. I apologize. I wish the photocopies had been lighter. So I think you'll see as you kind of leaf through this, there are several dormers on front facades, and on page 2 of 6, at 446 Northwest 35th Street, that's also a new dormer on the side, and you can see how high up that is and how visible that is from a distance.
Doesn't match any other architectural feature of the house.
We did get comments from the neighborhood on this application, and they were fine with approving the vents being converted to windows and the rear dormer, but recommended continuance on the proposed new dormers.
I'm sorry, on what dormer?
The north and south dormers.
The owner was contacted by the Preservation Review Committee, but it was kind of late on the day, Saturday, what was on Saturday for a Sunday meeting, and neither he nor I were available, so we weren't able to make that meeting. I would just ask, for what purpose would the continuance be?
For items 3 and 4? I'm getting confused with which ones are being recommended for what.
I think 3 and 4 are the north dormer and the southeasternmost dormer. I'm sorry. The number 3 is the south dormer, the conversion, keeping the same historical fabric of that vent to a dormer on the north side. And then 4 is the south dormer that is on a non-primary facade, which is addressed in section 37-16.
Is the south dormer existing too?
The south dormer is a vent, currently a vent, and the vent leaks. There's been repairs, but they didn't do the repairs up in the attic.
Yeah.
They didn't go to the cause, I guess.
Well, I don't see a elevation of the south. I was wondering if that south dormer exists. That's new, right?
The south dormer is new, yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, we were hanging our hat on the on the item in the standards and guidelines that actually speaks about dormers and their location under the roof chapter, which says that dormers could be installed, new dormers could be located on non-primary elevations.
Yep.
So the interior side is, of course, a non-primary elevation.
I remember a case in Crown Heights, though. I think we turned it down, putting a dormer so it was visible from the street on the side, I believe. Was it? Do you remember that? It was more towards the front. This might be behind the, let's see.
Or was that replacing a window?
It was an attic conversion, and it would added a...
I remember that.
I thought it added a, maybe it was a skylight.
Okay.
Skylight, wasn't it? Yeah.
That you could see it from the street.
I don't think we've made the distinction about it being on the inside, on which side of the house is it in the front half of the house where it's visible on either side, or is it, on the back side of the house where it's less visible? So I think that was the conversation. I don't remember if it was a dormer or if it was a...
It was a skylight.
But it was the fact that it was visible from the right-of-way on the side of the house.
Now, the north one, I'd be more in favor if it was kept the same size. Is there a reason why it was enlarged?
Well, Catherine, you can speak. That's kind of,
The current construction of the dormer it's like little pieces of wood that have thin pieces of plywood attached to it on the outside. And then same thing with the roof. There's no real structure. So we're proposing to increase the size as you view it from the outside by 2 feet, which is about 25%. And about 5 or 6 inches of that is going to be siding on the outside, studs, siding and sheathing on the outside, studs, and then sheathing or drywall on the inside. So that takes up, 10 to 12 inches, depending on, how you finish that out. And then the extra foot was just to make it a little bit bigger, since it's going to be living space on the inside.
I would comment on that one. I don't really see a problem in that. It's resolving that problem. It's only 2 feet wider. It's the same height. And then based on that, then I would say the other one on the other side would seem fine also.
Yeah,
if
I'm
it's
inclined to-
matching. That's my...
Just wondered why it was bigger. I kind of wish it would stay the same size personally, but would you make it the same as the one on the south?
Right. Because it'll end up at... Well, one's going, is this correct, Catherine? The existing dormer is 6. It will be 8.
Correct.
But on the other side, the new one will be 10.
That's what
Is there a
we're
reason
proposing.
that the 10 doesn't match the 8, like 8 on both sides?
Again, we were going by the definition under the roof chapter, which allows dormers on on inside elevations or non-public elevations, and it doesn't specify whether they're near the front or near the back. So that's where the major living space is in the anticipated finishing out of the attic. And so the goal was, of course, to get as much light in there as possible.
well, and we also wanted to, the size of it, we were basing a little bit of that how it looked with the bay windows below that, or the bank of windows below that.
I noticed that. I was waiting for Catherine.
So we tried to add a little symmetry to it opposed to what it looked like currently. I mean, there are pictures in there of this vent, and it's on the south side.
On the south side.
Oh, on the north side, the vent on the north side.
Right, she's asking about the south.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, the
That's
second.
fine.
Okay, then the final one would be, then really there's not, maybe shouldn't be an issue on the other totally new one, which is then on the side in the very back.
Right.
Okay.
It's actually behind a projecting feature.
Right, okay.
And, I don't know if you have the renderings in color that we provided, but we really wanted to show you how minimal the changes were. And so we picked what we thought were eye-level views for page 1 of 4, which is page 5 of 19 of your staff report. And, there's the front view, and of course you can see, the only thing that you'll see that would be different would be changing out the vent to a window. And then on page 6, you see the increased size of the dormer. And then on page 7, again, it's a view from the non-street side, which shows the south dormer. Keep in mind also that our renderings don't have any trees or anything else in there, and the place is just covered with them. Then I thought really instructive was on page 8 of 19, which is kind of the bird's eye view from the back, showing you the different features and how this highly complicated roof remains highly complicated, and that these new features are fairly minimal in looking at that.
Well, first, I'd still like to keep the one on the north closer to the same size to make it larger. And the one on the south, question of visibility, I guess. Question of visibility. It's like it says, a corner house. The front is the east, and the north really is almost more prominent. The south is the side. It's difficult because there's not much back. So I just remember how we turned down the one way where side where I think there's a skylight was visible from the street.
It was along the roof line, and we could see it from the street. And we,
of course, a skylight is not as appropriate than a dormer. A dormer is more in keeping with the style of the house.
I thought we made them, I didn't think we allowed that. We denied that?
I think so. Yeah. Do you remember? Do you remember what I'm talking about? Crown Heights?
I do, but I don't remember what the final outcome
We
was.
wanted to move it behind the chimney, I remember, so you can see. I think you might have done that. But it's the only thing. What do you think? We're pretty quiet. Getting tired?
Yeah, sorry, I'm fading fast. I think changing the attic vents to windows, I have no problem with that. That's fine. I think my biggest, and the dormers on the south side, the one at the back, obviously that's not an issue. The one that's closer forward, I still don't know that I have a huge issue with it. We have a feature on the opposite side of the house that is the same thing. It's not as though it's a foreign element to the house. It's in keeping with it.
Like a skylight, for instance, would be kind of foreign.
Exactly. I think my biggest issue is the dormer on the north side and increasing the size of it. And if it could stay the same size, I think I would have much less issue.
I feel the same about that.
Yeah. You have something you want to say? Go ahead. As far as the vent dormer on the north side, like to Catherine's point, there's not much of it there. There's not much structural framing that goes into it.
We're not saying retain it, just make the new one the same size. That's what we look.
And that may be possible, but when we looked at it in real life, it lends itself to what am I trying to say here? Excuse me. You can't practice these speeches. You understand this?
The spacing of the rafters, or
no? It's when you're inside the attic and you look, and there is a door. There's a door that folds up and down. There's a rigging, a rope, and hooks and pulleys. It's crazy. Okay, but I mean, if you open this up, it's not a very big opening. It's really not. And I think that from the street level, if you drive by the street and you look at the size of it in relationship to the actual house itself, that it would lend itself to a somewhat larger dormer and actually, in the long run, look better to I think, the historic fabric of the house and the aesthetics of the house, et cetera, et cetera. Now, to Ms. Meacham's point, if you would like to see, the two dormers on the south and the north cut it down to 10 to 8 and mirror them, in other words, 8 and 8, that's workable.
For which ones?
I mean, I was just trying to kind of assist in the discussion on, going forward with them. I understand what the neighborhood's concerns are, and I understand what staff's concerns are. I think that you're winning on all points but the north side.
And we're concerned about the human relationship with them when we're inside the house.
Right, and we understand that. I mean, but, we're concerned, and I understand everybody's point on the other. I think that people are probably willing to go forward on everything but the increase in the size of the dormer on the north side.
think that's where we are.
Well, and I'm not even sure, I mean, I know this is an existing vent, but 3.7.17 that talks about new dormers not being on primary facades also says that they're not appropriate on street-facing elevations such as corner lots.
I think this one, though, we're just putting the window in the vent.
It's not a new one.
It's not a new one.
Just putting in, but we're talking about increasing the size.
No. I mean, what I'm saying is, it sounds like most people are in agreement possibly of everything except for increasing the size of the north dormer and limiting it to just installing a window in the existing.
In the existing, so that it's not.
Yes.
Or rebuilding it the same
It would
size.
have to.
Or
it would
rebuilding
have
it
to
the
be
same
rebuilt.
size, right.
It would have to be rebuilt.
Right.
I think they're cutting off our air conditioning. It's 12 o'clock. You're good. Okay, so there, is that...
Would it be amenable to make it 7 feet instead of 8? Because then that would allow us, that structural difference on the sides. I'm afraid that once we put windows in there, there's going to be a lot of framing in place, and the amount of glass is going to be cut down, so I'm trying to balance those proportions.
So increase from 6 to 7? Is that what
Right.
you're asking?
Or as,
Or maybe keep it the same,
but make it a little taller.
make it a little taller. The actual size it is right now is going to, you put a window in it, honestly, I don't think anybody on the commission is going to like it when it's done.
So the existing one is 8 feet wide.
6 feet. We want to go to 8.
Yeah, I think there's some Scrivener's errors
Oh, that's right.
There's,
here and there.
I think it just matches the bank of windows below it so much better, but doesn't totally mirror it either.
I thought I saw it somewhere. Here it is. It's in this packet, 6 feet. This has more dimensions on it than the...
Yeah, we provided some more dimensions in the packet that we handed around to you because of what we saw written up.
Okay. What are you proposing, Catherine, make it 7?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very pleased. I'm really thankful for all of your considerations on all of the items, and if you're inclined to approve everything but desire to have this be a little bit smaller, I think we can work with that. I mean, we can certainly redraw that elevation of the dormer smaller so that staff has that. And
Is it correct that if I'm looking at the south elevation, then the totally new one in the back would be 7? So would those two be identical if you made the new one 7?
Well, no, ma'am, they won't be exactly identical because the pitch of the roof is different from the front to the back.
But the face of it would be?
The dormer projection out's going to be different, but yes, they would be close to the same dimension, same, the same.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make a motion, so...
Great.
Would it help if we split them, separate them out and took them one piece at a time? I think at this point I'm starting to get confused as to which ones everybody's in agreement with, being okay with, and which ones we're not.
Well,
We're kind of okay with all of them except 3?
I think so. Unless, do you have a question on the vent window?
The south one, we're okay because it's similar to the one on the north. So it's got a precedent. on the
Right,
house.
it's on the, not a showing side.
It
The
doesn't-
one in the
no.
back on the south is kind of in the back.
And it won't look out of place on the house.
There's 2 on the south side, right?
One near the front and one on the back.
Okay, and what you're saying is you're okay with the front?
I'm okay with those being on the side of the house.
Okay.
So, it's just, is there a consensus on what to do with the north side?
Going from 6 to 7, is that a big deal?
I mean, I think that's a good compromise.
That's silly. I think either you do 6 or 8. 7's weird. I mean, I think it should be back to the original of what it was, and...
Or let it be something else?
Right.
I guess that's my thing. If we're talking about vents being replaced with windows, and therefore we're not talking about new, then it should be going back
The way it is.
the way it is.
Agreed.
Because we're still back to the guidelines which say it's not appropriate to have a new dormer, and to me, if you're expanding the size of it,
It's like a new dormer.
it is now a new dormer. And it's under the new dormer rule rather than the vent.
I think we're all together now. All together now. But we're getting punchy now.
But does that mean we're continuing number 3?
Or are you okay with a 6-foot opening?
Right.
I think we would favor being approved rather than being denied, obviously, and our preference would also be not to be continued. And so if you're inclined to approve it being the size that it is now, I think that's better than nothing at all.
I think that was a yes, maybe?
I agree. I agree that
Not
we'd
sure.
rather have it approved than continued or whatnot. I don't, we can respectfully disagree that it's the best decision, but
So really, so item 3 is going to actually be convert attic vent to window, not to dormer with window. Is that correct?
And is there not any, in the guidelines and the standards, isn't there some, if you replace, what we're doing is we're replacing a feature, or Katie, is there not, when you do that, don't you have some flexibility to do a little bit different size? Doesn't it address that as far as when you replace something?
I mean, there's not a, our guidelines talk about things that are being replaced in kind and that are matching exactly the existing conditions, and then we talk about adding new features. I'm not coming up with something. Catherine, I don't know if there's something that comes to your mind. There's not like a specific guideline that says when it's okay to make something larger or not. So.
I think in this case, it's really more about the visibility and the neighborhood's comments on the same, and I think staff's comments on the same.
Okay. Very good.
And I think we're trying to follow the guidelines as much as possible, and I think Heather brought up the specific guideline that we're talking about that we're trying to follow. That's all we can do.
Okay, I've got to clarify this. Number 1, convert east attic vent to window. That's the vertical.
That's the front.
The front. Number 2, convert south attic vent to window. That's the vertical. The vertical. That's the vertical. Number 3 is convert north It says attic vent to dormer with window. That's one we're debating, right?
Just to window instead.
Yeah, convert attic vent to window. Do you want what side it is?
North.
That's the north side.
And then 4 is construct the south dormer, both dormers, those are grouped together, right? 2 of them, okay. And 4 is the west dormer, which we haven't talked about, that's then the gable. Okay. Because it isn't what was written on the application exactly, so I was trying to figure out. Okay, you ready to make a motion, somebody?
I'll try. Let's see. I move to approve HPCA 1400149, items, how am I going to do this? 1, 2, 4, and 5 as submitted, with item 3 a condition, which would be to convert the attic vent to a window.
So should that one be moved separately?
Yeah, let's move that.
You do want a separate, okay. So items
1, 2, 4, and 5.
1, 2, 4, 5, with the specific findings that additional with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010, as referenced in section C or D of the staff report.
Second?
Second.
Second, Jennifer. Been moved by Joe Meacham, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5 are approved. And now item 3.
I move to approve HPCA 1400149, item 3, with the following conditions. Is that when I state the conditions? Yes. Okay.
You're good.
That they remain the same size, and that the vent, as is, will be converted to a window.
But don't we have, given the option of rebuilding it? Because it's falling apart, they said.
Yeah, yes, it can be
Rebuilt the same.
rebuilt the same size.
So long as the final result is the same size as what's there now.
Right, so that the final result is the same size as the existing attic vent.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Joe Meacham, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, it's approved with modification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last one. HPCA 14-00150 at 825 Northwest 15th Street, Heritage Hills, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Tom Ward by J.P. Craig of Lingo Construction for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace historic steel casement windows, elective. 2, replace non-historic windows with steel casement windows, elective. 3, alter window sizes on front elevation, elective. 4, convert windows and door to set of 3 windows on rear elevation, elective. 5, replace and enlarge existing back porch canopy, elective. And 6, convert 3 windows on the second floor to doors, elective.
Phil, you
Hi,
are?
I'm J.P. Craig with Lingo Construction.
All right.
Thanks for seeing us tonight.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to do that. Let's bring in the beer. It's a great house.
Excited to be working on it.
Any comments? Questions? Okay, shoot. You go.
What kind of, how did you go about finding the replacement windows?
We've actually been looking kind of all over the country. There's a company called Hope's Windows that is out of Upper State New York, and they have handmade custom steel casement windows that are probably the closest match that we've been able to find. So they're actually made up in New York, and they'll be shipped down here.
And so, are they custom made or matched?
Yes, yes. If you look at, I think on sheet, there's some profile sheets, and so it is within I would say a 1/4 of an inch to an 1/8 of an inch on those muntins. It's really close based upon the dimensions that Hopes has given us for those windows.
Yeah, I read your statement about how many historic windows were left and how many non-historic windows there were. Do y'all have any idea when the non-historic windows were?
They were probably, we were guessing they were Pella windows on those upper floors and within the dining room on the first floor. So I would suspect they were in probably the 80s or 90s.
I didn't find a copy of any approval for those windows. Now, when you go back that far,
Right.
our records are not great as far as past approvals, so.
And if you look at the majority of the windows that are on the first floor and second floor, they've also been built out, right? They have a frame within that brick, the actual brick opening themselves. So the intent, I mean, I know that's not the first item, but the intent is to open all of those up and make it all the same with the original opening.
So you said that there was 47 windows, 20 windows, or 20 windows were original and 5 of those windows still had the hardware and interior.
That's correct. And if you look on the photograph, those windows are on either side of the front door. And then there's 2 windows in the living room, and there's a series of windows in that kind of the library underneath the patio and the entry to that.
None of the original windows can be.
No, well, and the biggest piece of that is most of those have no hardware. And so, and some of them seem to be a little bit different than the other ones in the living room specifically. And so finding that hardware could be very difficult. And the intent is the owner wants to be able to open the windows, and that's the biggest reason for changing those out.
On the front elevation, you have 2 windows that you wanted to change the size. It appears that those were made smaller at one point.
Correct.
Is that correct? So you'll actually be installing new windows that would be the original size?
That's correct. So you have the existing cast stone sill there that's still in place, and they built 2 or 3 courses up.
Which ones were those? I'm looking for
During
them.
the,
On the front of the house to the left of the door,
I was looking for an elevation.
there's a clear picture
I didn't see a full elevation anywhere.
there's a close-up on, let me see.
A lot of details.
Page 19 of the staff report shows the windows with the brick sills added in.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that, okay, replace, okay, and then convert the 3 windows. There was, I think, a question also from the neighborhood, but, would you please just talk about converting the 3 windows on the second floor to doors?
Sure. So on the east facade, on the second floor, there's the covered patio, which is an outdoor terrace. It's got the railing. And so what the owner would like to do is keep the same opening, the head height, and the either jam side, and just extend that opening all the way down to the finished floor, so they can have doors that open out onto the terrace.
Okay, where does that show? What page is that on? Sorry, I guess.
That's okay.
It's all split up, and I can't tell.
You can kind of see, you can see if you look on page 2, the colored drawings, I believe.
Page 2. Uh-huh.
So page 37 and 38 of the staff report show the windows and show the 37, 38, and 39 show the before and
So
after.
you're taking those 2 windows and the space between them and putting them?
No, so there's 3 windows.
Oh, there's 3
So we would basically take the sill all the way down
Okay.
to the ground.
And there's not a door to that?
There's a door to the north, but it's coming out of a closet.
Okay.
So, and the intent of this space is it's going to be like a sitting room for the
Right.
master suite.
Okay. I understand the conversion of the windows and doors on the rear elevation. Would you tell us a little bit about replacing the existing back porch canopy.
Sure. Oh,
I have a
sorry.
question first. There's two of them existing right now. One of them has the scalloped pointed top, and then the other one has more of a crown-type flat top. Could you tell us what materials those are made of?
Those are made out of copper. And so if you go actually in the staff report, pages 6, 7 at the very end, there's two photographs that's probably easier to see, the two different types that we're looking at. It's the very back of the report. It's actually page 6 and 7, but it's the very back of the report. I think it was supplemental photographs.
The PowerPoints.
Sorry, the PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That may be, just because they're side by side, that may be easy to see. So there is two existing canopies. One of those has a chain that hangs from escutcheons and hooks, which is the one that is going to stay in place. And then what we would like to do is extend that existing one down the back of the facade and treat it the same way that one's been treated.
Do you know the date of those? Are they original to the house?
In my opinion, they are original to the house, but I wouldn't know. Based upon like the electrical and some of the scroll work and the copper, it would seem that they would be original.
So if you took the little one down over that, do you have a plan for it? Would it just be
Well, the little one that's there on the
over the back door that's going to be a window?
that's
Look on
just
page
extending
33
all the way down.
and 35.
You're going to make it longer? You're
Yes,
going to keep that original?
it's staying in place. We're just extending it.
Okay, so the one with the bracket.
Yes, ma'am. And the bracket would go away. We would remove the bracket because that would be the covered walk to the back doors.
Right.
And so the bracket would come away, and then you would just have the standard chain hung off of the outside of the house, similar to the single canopy that we are not going to redo.
Okay. So you would not be removing that original material? That's my total question, I guess. I thought maybe you were going to take it down.
My understanding was that was coming down and you were building a new canopy that would go.
Fair enough. So in this case, because we want to match the material, or at least have it one continuous material, we would probably pull that off and reclad that. If we can use the existing structure in place, we would. But the intent would be to make that one homogeneous material.
I guess, and then that was my question, what would you do with that? Would we just be putting the historic porch copper roof in the dumpster?
Yes, it would match existing.
What?
It would match the existing.
It would match that, but we would be putting the original material in the dumpster. I guess that's what I'm asking.
Okay, potentially, yes.
Potentially. Okay.
Just because it's patinaed at a different rate than what we
Right.
would probably put back.
Okay, those are all my questions.
We did have a comment from the neighborhood that I don't know if you've seen any historic photos. I wasn't able to find any, but that there was a canopy that matched this that used to extend over the driveway at one time.
Oh.
So they just said if you wanted to look into.
You can see the old, where the things were in place, actually, but I don't know that it was, I don't know when it was taken down.
Yeah.
But thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Other fun fact while everyone's looking through materials is that the first owner of this house was Tom Ward, Thomas E. Ward.
Really?
The first owner of the house. Yep. I'm looking in the Heritage Hills book. In fact,
That
have to
will
look
be-
around and see if there's a monogram or something somewhere in the.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'll have to pass that along.
Pretty amazing.
He owned a road construction company, so.
Another fun fact, this house was built 3 years prior to this building. Right.
Tell Elisa and Aaron it'd be nice to have an elevation showing all the changes, instead of having to flip through all these pages.
I will pass that along.
Yeah, or I'll call him or something. Well, I know, and so, it's hard to see where all these are, because you have to refer back and forth constantly. Did have so let me go back to it. Where was it?
If you'd like, I could kind of walk through what windows are.
I think I finally figured it out.
Okay.
So back to the windows they want to replace completely. They're sealed shut. They cannot be opened.
Right.
You guys can't figure out.
Well, no, I'm not saying we can't open them, without prying. I'm not saying that they couldn't be open. They could be open, but once we go back to restoring them and then trying to find the hardware, because the majority of all the old steel windows that are actually still there do not have hardware. I think there's 4 windows that do out of all the steel windows.
Well, I'm just saying because the drawing says upper window sash is permanently sealed shut. So, what it says. So that's not the case.
You didn't know, I mean, there was a description of how they were sealed, but it was unknown if they were some of them.
If they're, yeah, we haven't taken a crowbar to them.
It could be paint, it could just be rust.
Okay.
I mean, I think the problem with these windows is, they just get wet in the winter and then they freeze and then it just drips and then they.
Rust. Been open for years, probably.
Right, but is that real justification or justifiably okay to remove the historic windows?
I guess on this one, I gave it some thought because you could tell I was interested. Because, I've seen this in other situations and existing windows, these windows were really never made for Oklahoma weather. And, so they really, California, places like that where they don't freeze and drip and get ice on the inside, and they've just always been a very poor choice for here. So their life expectancy, I think, for these is probably, in my opinion, is perhaps come to an end if we could replace them with something that was similar. I mean, I think people should have the ability to open their windows,
Well, they could be made to open, but it just takes more work, what you're saying.
Right, yeah.
We haven't taken, we've gone in and we basically haven't got to the point where we're taking a crowbar and trying to open the windows. And the other thing that I think that was important to the owner is, as you've got these old windows up above, like the old case, or the Pella windows, and the double hung windows up above those. And so once you change those out and you have this whole facade on the public right-of-way, you've got this big grouping of windows that's really close to the historic fabric, and then you have basically, 5 or 6 windows that are not. And so it was this cohesive thought that they were trying to get to and still be within that, the dimensional widths of all the muntins and the sizes of the original.
Katie, what additional information was staff looking for regarding the windows? Because it sounded like in the recommended specific findings for the windows that they seemed compatible, but then, number one, staff recommended continuance because of the desire to have additional information.
So, when we, even if you have a compatible replacement window that's going to be a very good match, we still ask to see that every single window to be removed is more than 50% deteriorated beyond repair. And the windows, to look at the windows, look not that deteriorated. Now, obviously, if they're not functional and they can't be opened and hardware can't be replaced, that's another factor. But I guess we just weren't completely convinced that every single historic window needed to come out.
So it was more about the documentation of the existing windows, less about what would be replacing them if replacing them was acceptable.
Yeah.
When as you look at the section profiles of the muntins, the nice thing about these windows is they actually have that tapered face on them, so it does look like the putty with the muntins on there. I don't know if...
Is there one new window is there one steel new window? Number one window? On your window survey?
Is there a number one?
Well, no, you have, on the first floor, 1-1 is actually a new steel window. I mean, on your comments, you either put replace or remove.
This on the survey?
On the existing window survey?
I think that's the window on the back.
Yeah, that's
where it's now windows and doors that they're converting to.
There were 2 windows and a door there where we're replacing with 3 windows.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, it's this one.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay, there's a lot of...
I saw the new and I'm going, we'll try to get one.
Well, it seems like we've had this casement windows come up before, and we've had a situation where, you know, they had custom-made window hardware or other to reuse the existing windows. It seems like we've required that before. So, no?
I don't know. I mean, I hadn't been here when y'all had experience with one. I'm just saying, I was just interested. I've seen the problem, and, you know, maybe there is a way to restore them. I don't know of any.
I remember a much more modest house in Edgerton Park, but I can't remember what we did, if they've replaced them. Been a while.
It was that white house with the blue, and the windows were kind of around the house.
That one, too. I know which one you're talking about. I'm looking for a precedent.
I haven't been here long enough.
Anybody remember? There's one Edgerton Court, too. This would definitely set a precedent.
Yeah, and that's what makes me nervous about removing historic windows without something better to hang our hat on, that they, in fact, are no longer serviceable, workable windows that, per our guidelines, meet all of the things that we require for replacing historic windows.
I mean, because like the first one we had today that was on the, what was it? The consent docket.
Right.
I mean, they weren't totally gone or anything. They could have fixed those. I mean, the same approach. I mean, we let the owner completely replace every window in that house, didn't we?
There was nothing there.
They were
Looked
always
out
gone.
that-
Right. Someone removed them without our
Yeah, we
permission.
didn't have.
And at that point, the house has no windows, you can't really live in it, so we're trying to get beyond that.
I mean, I've never seen, even a house in that bad condition, I've never seen one where every single sash and everything would be just totally ripped out. But maybe in that one they had. I just took an interest. I don't know if I have an opinion on what to do, because I think it's difficult.
I agree.
So I think we have to hang on either deteriorate beyond repair. That's the only thing. Does the condition.
I could agree with that. I'm not saying I wouldn't go along with, trying to restore something like that. I think it's, maybe they should continue and come back and explore the possibility of finding somebody that,
Well, how do you qualify whether or not it's beyond repair? I mean, we can't consider cost, so anything's possible. I mean,
Right,
you can find hardware, you can, I'm sorry, I mean, you can whittle hardware to make those work. Now, I mean, anything is possible.
Is it beyond repair if you can't get parts, for instance?
Well, you can get parts. I mean, I think you can. You could have somebody make something. I mean,
Well, I don't know. Or if it's wood, if a certain percentage of the wood is rotted and deteriorated, then replacement can be
I mean, wood
the
is just a
appropriate
much
answer.
simpler
Right.
issue.
And
This one is difficult, I think. I mean, I think that when you have rust, I mean, in my opinion, that once you have rust on on metal that is as thin as this, that becomes a difficult it's actually eating away the material. We can't make more steel on that window, can we? I mean, we can paint it and whatever, but...
Several coats.
Yeah.
I do think some of the factors to look at in addition to the hardware thing are the level of rust. The windows pretty much looked like they were structurally sound, as far as I didn't see any that were starting to warp. I didn't see cracked, broken glass. So I know those are things that you look at evaluating steel casement windows, is how, there is rust there. And I know some of the, especially the frames, like at the bottom, you can see are rusted. But I think you could ask for more documentation of, is it just the hardware and you clean them up and you fix hinges and you find someone who can replicate that hardware and otherwise the windows are fine, or are there other deterioration issues with the windows that would be more difficult to repair?
I would like...
I overstated, I think. We had, is it
Do we have 17 left?
Sorry, I'm counting in my head.
24 and... Oh, no, there's some upstairs. No? Are all the windows on the second floor being replaced?
Yes, yes, those have.
So all the windows on the second floor have been replaced. So that leaves the first floor, which there's 24, and then that leaves 17 original. Is that you're saying the frame material is steel, single glazed? Is that right?
I would say 17 is probably the correct number. With, the majority of the windows of the old steel windows are on the kind of the east facade, and then the rear. You've got 7, 2, 4.
It's kind of...
You've got 7 on the front, basically.
That are original?
That are original, right. On the first floor only.
On the first floor only.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe that's,
What's that?
I mean, the ones on the second floor are going to have to be replaced.
The what?
Well, there's none. There's no original windows on the second floor. So how many non-original windows are on the front of the house on the first floor?
I believe it's 7.
All of the windows are original on the front?
If you...
on the first floor
on the first floor, you've basically got the 2 windows on for the, what we call the... Would be
that you want it to be bigger, so those
we
are...
want those to be bigger, but those were still a double hung, like a Pella type window, or Colby. And then you've got 2 original windows on either side of the entry door. You've got 2 original windows in the living room, as I'm kind of marching to the east on the facade. And then you've got 2 original windows to the door that leads into kind of the sunroom. And there's actually really only 2 of those that are kind of a prominent window, that are the larger windows. The other windows are, about 3 feet tall. They're a lot smaller. There's the best photograph, I think, was the one that Katie took there on the, it says south facade on the PowerPoint photographs, the color photographs. And so actually, if you look at that facade, you've got the 2 on the left there that are the double hung windows. The one on either side of the doors, those are actually set back from the front entry. They're kind of hidden by that arched entry to the front door.
Let's go on to something else. Okay, the back porch canopy, the report says that you think it's not original, but the neighborhood thinks it is.
No, he said it was original.
Oh, he did say it was original?
Yes.
I thought it said it wasn't, okay.
I think it is.
You think it's original?
I think it's original.
The one you're proposing replacing?
Making it bigger.
Extending it?
Right.
On the back?
On the back
of the house?
The back of the house.
So find it. This is a long one. There it is. That's good, I see.
So staff had requested additional information on this item as well, is that right? Additional details on the proposed canopy at the rear elevation?
We did get that additional information. It came in kind of late, and I didn't get the text of the staff report revised, but I think they did provide more detailed drawings of the proposed new canopy.
Just to note, I mean, the intent of the profile of the gutter that's around the perimeter of the canopy, the intent is to match all of that.
So that's on page 36 of the staff report. They had a 35 and 36.
Right, yeah. So that looked pretty detailed to me, so I wasn't sure what additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good.
Okay. Any direction?
I'll make a motion for items 1 through 6.
Somebody make a motion.
I think it's really just because it's going to set a precedent. If they're allowed to replace what could be in, would be our historic windows, just to match from first to second floor. Yes?
Right.
That's why it's
Understand.
difficult.
I guess I'm feeling, I know what you're saying about the rust, but it's hard to see from the photographs, particularly the black and white ones. You know, as you said earlier, is that 50%? You know, yeah, replacing the second floor windows, we know those aren't historic. Number 2 is kind of, you know, I'm okay with that, but number 1 does feel like a giant leap when, you know, if they can be, usually we say, we want you to try to salvage whatever you can, window by window. That's a lot of windows to just say, yeah, go ahead and change them all out. And I don't know, but at the same time, I'm not sure what I need to make me feel comfortable with that. You know, because if we do a continuance, what is it we want to see in September or October? I'm sure you guys would prefer September. What do we need to see in order to be okay with saying that all of these first floor windows can be replaced?
I mean, I think the only thing that they could tell us would be that they found somebody that could restore those windows.
The guidelines do require a window survey when replacing historic windows from both interior and exterior from the applicant that shows the existing damage. Perhaps if we had close-up visual documentation of the damage from the interior, that would assist in making a determination on that.
I think you're right, because from the outside, we see a little bit of damage. If it would be possible to have them in color, I know that's more expensive, but if we're talking about rust, it's a little hard to tell in a black and white what's shaded and what's not.
How can you document that, though? It's hard.
Have they caused damage on the inside?
Well, I guess that's kind of the next point is they've been painted so many times on the inside. So if I take a close-up photograph of the jam on, it's just going to look pristine because it's got, you know, 30 layers of paint on it.
Have you opened up any of them just to see what you're dealing with?
We've opened up some windows in the past, and it can be a problem. So our concern was that we come here, but we've tried to pry one open, and now we're starting to do more damage.
So you haven't done it here?
No.
It's elsewhere, okay.
Right.
Well, any direction?
But if you can't open them, isn't that
the whole thing till next month? I'm sorry.
Isn't that deterioration?
kind of evidence, though, isn't it? Right?
Say again?
To me,
If you can't open the window, then that ends up being evidence of the deterioration.
because a window should be able to open.
Well, then that's okay. All the windows in my house are...
Well, that's what I was going to say. I've got lots of windows that you can't open.
But wood is easily solved. You could take a screwdriver outside and get your window open.
Yeah.
I mean,
You usually tear it up when you do it.
but that's how I open my windows, but that would be, that's not a possibility. And I don't want to do, I mean, I'm not for replacing the windows necessarily. I'm just wondering what is the alternative in this unusual situation, I think. But maybe if you all have seen people restore them, then it's possible. Maybe they should pursue that.
We allowed, on the Wiggins, we allowed replacement of the casement windows, didn't we? What was the rationale for that? You remember?
I think we found that they were deteriorated beyond repair, and I think almost all of them had been rebuilt within the last, I don't remember now, I want to say within the last 20 years. So there was not a lot of actual historic fabric left to the windows anyway.
What does rebuilt mean? Like new hardware and...
Lots of new material.
Why were they deteriorated? Wouldn't open, or?
They were metal?
No, these were wood casement windows. It was...
I remember they really documented that. I'm trying to remember what they said, what they showed us.
I don't remember what, but they had every window in the house and showed, rotted out wood and that sort of thing.
Were they existing casement or were they existing wood? I can't remember.
They were wood casement windows.
Wood casement, that's right. There's different. They were steel. Well, they had something there. Yeah,
I think the negative, well, as we've kind of pushed on them to try to get them to open, just to kind of see what we had, and it's like you do so much and you kind of bang them with a rubber mallet as long as you think you should. And so that's just, so I don't know what deterioration actually, what the definition of that would be in this case, but we've tried to open them, I guess, without getting a grinder in there and starting to cut into them.
I wonder, are the ones on the, would you say that the ones on the back that you're proposing to convert to the larger window seem to be in the same condition as the...
If we could, do a trial on those? Is that
Yeah, I'm wondering if the commission's thinking along the lines of approving that change to the back, that maybe those windows are kind of your test case, that we're not going to retain those anyway, and you could explore a little more.
I don't disagree. The only one that we could do would be where this door is on the back, and it's a small one. And so I think the concern would be the big lights that are on the front of the house in the living room that are 5 feet tall and 2.5 or 3 feet wide. But we can do that. I just, of course, if we get approved to do the modifications to the back of the house, because I wouldn't want to.
Are the ones in the back of the house that we're taking down, which are original?
There's just one.
Just one.
And it's the small.
I was going to ask you to reuse. Ooh.
We're still here.
Yeah, I really need something else physically or somehow to see or to have some sort of evidence or find some sort of fact before just removing the historic windows. Right.
Okay, so that's item one.
Could we also do we have some national recommendations on steel casement? We've talked before about wooden ones, but I don't remember ever talking about...
There are publications by National Park Service on steel casement windows and...
Would it be possible to mine those for some nuggets of guidance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you want to take a field trip? Do you want to go see them?
Well, as he says, if they're painted on the inside...
I could take a bunch of pictures, but it's going to be, wow, these look like brand new windows from the inside, with exception to the putty that's, irregular on them. It'd really just be looking from the outside.
It's a type of a demolition, but...
Okay, so that's item one. Can we improve anything? Like, could continue one, and then with this, some recommend... Item two, I think we're talking about...
Well, let's start with the first one. I would like to make a motion to continue to the September...
September?
I think you guys are trying to get this moving very quickly, right? Could you get information to Katie?
By Tuesday?
By Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. September 3rd. Make a motion on HPCA 14-00150, item number 1, to continue that until the September 3rd meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Heather Clemmer and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, continued. Item 1 is continued to September. Number 2, I think we are saying we can approve that. Going to take them one by one?
I'm good with 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, 3 is on the back, so we have more leeway there. 4. 3, original size, right. Okay.
Right. So I would move to approve HPCA 14-00150, items 2, 3, and 4, with the specific findings, adopt the specific findings found in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, been moved by Jeff Parks and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 2, 3, 4 is approved. On to 5. It's on the back.
Right, it's on the back. We have our additional documentation. It is original, but again, it's on the back, and you are replicating the form that's there, just extending it larger.
In my opinion, 5 goes with 4. If you prove that, it changes the window door pattern.
Right.
The old one doesn't make any sense.
Right, exactly.
So they go together.
I would suggest on this one, if we are going to approve that they remove that and build a new one, that in some cases like this, could we ask that we get photographs of the back before we change it and put it in the file as a documentation?
Sure, we could ask if you could provide some good close photos of the historic canopy, just to keep for our records.
No problem. I'll turn that in when I turn the stuff in for Tuesday.
I guess I did have a question about that. There was some conversation earlier, like an hour ago, about possibly reusing this in the extension process, but then there was, well, maybe you can't.
Talking about the structure, the shell of it itself, the patina is not going to look the same, but once we pull the copper off, we'll see what's there, and if it's fine, we would leave that in place and just continue, I suspect it's wood framing with like an end joist. Everything's framed to, so.
And the electrical runs through?
Yeah, there was one light underneath there, existing, so we would have lighting as well.
Okay, thank you. I just needed.
Okay.
So I move to approve item number 5 and adopt the findings numbered 1, 2, and 3 in the staff report with the condition that the owner provide photographic documentation of the existing canopy to staff before approval of the CA.
Second.
Okay, been moved by Jeff Parks and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item 5 is approved with modification. You want a format for that? Photographs? Awesome. Item 6.
Are the 3 windows that you're wanting to convert original?
I'm sorry?
Are the 3 windows that you're wanting to convert on the balcony original windows?
Yeah, well, the windows themselves aren't original, the openings are.
I'm sorry?
The openings of the windows are original.
But the windows are not, because there's no original windows on the second floor.
Correct. Yeah, there's some double hung and some casement. So we've got about 3 different types of windows on the house right now.
Very visible from the front.
Can you tell me what page is the best one?
I would say page 38 of the staff report, which is 31 of the architectural documentation.
Yeah, those sills are very visible from the street, which I think makes it hard for me to think that's an okay thing.
It's kind of crying out for doors on that terrace, but I agree, very visible.
Those are not original windows, though. Those are not original windows, though.
But
No,
the
no,
original
excuse me,
openings. It's on the front. I mean, it's on the side, very visible from the front.
How about just the third one back? Not all three?
Where's the door? Can you see it?
The door is on the very north side of the house.
It's around the corner?
It's around the corner, and you step out on a stoop that's like 2 feet wide. So it's...
And it goes in the closet?
It comes out of the closet.
Comes out, okay.
Okay, just ask one quick question. The proposed plan shows, looks like a room on the north window / door. Is there something different there?
It's a closet.
Oh, it is that's a closet, okay, that's what you said.
It's currently a closet, and it will be a closet, too.
I wonder if there's a compromise to just make one of them a set of doors. No access. Like the center one, maybe?
Yes.
Well, I was thinking if you don't want to see it from the street, make it the one furthest back.
But that's the closet.
No, I thought the one around the corner
Huh?
Third one back.
From the front.
is not the closet. The one around the corner is the closet.
It is.
Oh, they both go into the closet. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was looking at this. What is that?
That's a closet.
That's a closet.
Oops, you're right.
So I was thinking this one. But it's a compromise, maybe. When you look at the elevation, you see the first one, obviously, very easily. There it is. You don't want a door in your closet anyway, would you?
Is that already a closet, or is that?
It is already a closet, and the built-ins are getting modified a little bit.
Would you be really sad if you didn't have a door going out to that balcony?
The architect might.
I think there'd be 3 or 4 people that would be.
Okay. Only because our guidelines on 3.5.9 specifically talk about that they're not permitted on street-facing side elevations of, oh, that's of corner properties, though.
Would anybody like to speak on this issue? Okay.
Marva Ellard, 1521 North Chartel. I walk by this house every morning with our dogs, so I'm tickled to death about the windows becoming much more what they were in the beginning. I'm real excited about that. I have never seen this space used as an outdoor space in the 33 years I've known this house. I don't know that it might not have been when it was built, but I've never seen anybody use that as an outdoor space. So,
Because you can't get out there now.
I don't think anybody ever wanted out there.
Well, I mean, that's one reason why. But they had lots of times, they had a porch like this that had a decorative rail around the top. Doesn't mean it has to be a porch.
And that's pretty common in Heritage Hills. You'll see spaces that look like they should be outdoor areas, but they're not. They've got roofing material on them and things, and so, but, is that the master bedroom? If you all want to explore that middle window becoming a door or something, so they could have use of it, with everything else that's going on with the house. It's the first one that you see when you're walking. That's the prominent one. The others they're not as prominent from the street.
What's going to be on the deck or the terrace?
It'll just be like like an E-Pay paver system, like a really thin E-Pay paver system.
Pavers on top of the roofing?
Let's make this, I think if we did the middle door, I think that's something that would be acceptable
It would be?
To the owner.
It's just the original opening that we're having a problem with, not obviously
We've
because it's
already
not,
approved replacing the doors and the windows. So we're just talking about the
Right.
openings now, yeah.
So one comment is just that if you add a door out onto this, I know there already is a door, but if you add a door here, that may trigger some requirements for the railing. So that's something else to...
How tall is that railing?
Honestly, I would say it's within 37, but it's been a long time since we field measured it.
36 would work, but I don't know about the spacing of the...
Yeah.
Of course, you might get a variance on that.
Because if you look at the coping right now, the copings, the roof is below the, if you, I'm looking at the photograph there, but if, I believe it's slide at the end, there's some coping detail just below the railing. And that coping goes down to the roof, if that makes sense.
if that
So there-
still, Ellen, is at 30 inches for that window.
Okay, this shows a section thread. This is 36 from here down to here?
That's just was more about the doors and the windows. That wasn't I think that was just for a graphic intent of that, not the actual.
Okay. We won't hold you to it. Do we approve the terrace material?
No. Well, technically we might, but that can be a administrative
Not
thing.
visible.
Yeah, I think flat roofs, we don't, okay,
Let's,
yeah.
okay.
We'll double check on that. But if anything, it could be an administrative thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
So what's our unique circumstance that lets us, I mean, the guidelines talk about new door openings and
compromise
sort of thing, so yeah.
Well, 3.5.9 does say, for new door openings, it does say may be permitted. It doesn't say not permitted like it does with with corner properties. It just says new door openings on side elevations may be permitted only in the back 30% of the length of the side elevation. So is it the maybe or the only?
What page are you on?
Staff report page 8 of 9.
Only in the back 30% of the length of the side elevation. That's where the closet is.
Yeah. How do they feel about getting to the terrace from the closet?
That's originally why we had all three as windows, or as doors, so they could come off of the master suite and onto the terrace.
Yep. Closet's a little odd.
Which is pretty typical of this era house. I mean, that they would have terraces.
Yeah, some of them. Not required for an exit, is it? Dang.
Because you're allowed, Well, the interesting thing is from the photograph, you actually, past that first one, you really can't tell what's going up. In terms of the perspective of where you're standing at the street, if you go back to the photograph.
First one's more important.
Right. The first one's definitely significant. But as you get farther back on the facade.
So is interior function, can that drive a unique circumstance? I want to say sometimes we talk about kitchens and kitchen windows and things like that, that drive exterior window sizes and functions and locations. The fact that it is a closet in the corner, does that help us move the door forward to the middle window?
What was that again? What was it again?
Interior function.
You
know, like trying to find some way, some unique circumstance or something to some condition.
Anything?
I just don't think there's enough of unique circumstance, in my opinion. Anyway.
I have to agree. I just keep coming back to, it says the rear 30%, and then staff even included in their considerations, the commission has previously approved conversion of windows to doors on side elevations, but these have been on non-historic additions or otherwise non-historic openings. So we are taking kind of a big leap here for the sake of a closet in some ways.
So if we were to add that patio on, then I could probably put a door there.
Patio here?
Well, I'm saying just hypothetically, if we added the patio on.
Except that you wouldn't be allowed to add a patio.
Oh, fair enough.
They were on new additions and
Fair enough.
not right there because it is so highly visible. And that is a character-defining feature of this house. And if the goal is to protect character-defining features, then, again, if the door, there's already a door on the back of the house, but if you came and said, we want a door on the back of the house, like we did with the 3 windows, sure. We can't see it. It's not, it's not visible from the street, and this obviously is. And for some reason, they built this terrace with these windows. I guess what we've done in the past is say if there's other places in the neighborhood where this has occurred, I'm trying to think of ways, documentation that would make us, I'm not comfortable with it as it currently is. I guess I would be inclined to deny it because of what it says in the guidelines. But I could be persuaded to continue if we could find some way around that.
There's a precedent, you mean, or something?
A precedent or some...
Well, we're making a precedent if we approve it.
Right.
Or even if we have an option of putting a center door in, because
Right.
you're...
So we could approve the one in the closet according to the guidelines, but not the other 2.
We're just asking you to move it 20%.
We want to.
I know.
At the front, 60%.
Well, I guess, is it a character-defining feature based upon its visibility?
Yes.
Which it's not that visible right from the street?
Well, from the pictures that we're seeing, at
Right.
least the first 2, depending, I guess, on where exactly you are on the street, but obviously, I'm assuming whoever took these pictures were not standing on top of a van
Right.
or the second floor of the house across the street, that they were on the ground, and so you can tell those are windows. And then there is the issue of if we do put a door and this becomes a terrace, is he going to need to increase the height of that railing? And if so, now we're messing with another...
Well, that's a code requirement, and they'll have to come back with something. But I have another thought. Usually a new opening is in a solid wall. That's what we're talking about in the last 30%. A new opening in a solid wall, not converting a window into a door. So I think maybe there's a little bit of latitude there.
Maybe.
That this would be front, of about 50% line, and the unique circumstance, it's already a window. It's not a new opening, completely a new opening. So maybe that's something we could include or base it on.
That's true. It's not a new opening.
It's not like a solid brick
Existing
wall, we're
opening.
putting a door
Right.
in there. It's already an opening. Keep the same rhythm. It's set back halfway. I feel comfortable with that.
I feel comfortable with that.
I do too.
But I can't make motions.
What do we have in the guidelines? Because we only have certain guidelines that have been put into the staff report. As far as taking a window to a door in a position where it is, I don't think we have anything that specifically talks about windows to doors.
I know it's 10 after 6 and everybody would like to go, but I'd really hate to approve something that actually violates the ordinance.
What we do have, yeah, I don't think we have anything at all that specifically addresses converting doors to windows, windows to doors. We say retain and preserve original windows, preserve and maintain original window framing and number and configuration of panes. We say when window replacement is necessary, do so within the existing historic opening, use the same frame size to avoid filling or enlarging the original opening. So, all of the guidelines for windows talk about retaining the window, retaining the proportions, the size of the opening, et cetera.
No conversions of window to door.
Yeah, if there's not a guideline that specifically says how to do that.
Can you just revise these?
Do that or deny it. I think, well,
It's a majority of the members present.
okay. Do you guys agree with my reasoning? Ooh. We are getting punchy here. What time is it? It's after 6.
I agree, Alan.
Okay, let's make a motion then. You're getting embarrassed. Jeff? Or Joe? Looking for somebody to make a motion if they agree with my reasoning. If not, you have
I
to
agree with
deny.
it, I'm just not sure if we can, if anybody feels comfortable with the documentation. Jeff?
On the door?
On the door?
What
Yeah.
documentation?
I mean, in the guidelines.
Oh, I was just saying the unique, it'd be that rule, but the unique circumstance is that
That it's there
4
was
to
already a
30%.
window. Is the unique circumstance it was already a window, and so I would agree with that, if we go with the one.
What do you think?
Do you mean to make a motion for that?
Okay, no, don't.
Well, then, don't vote for it. Got to have my cheat sheet.
I think we need a reference in there somewhere that it's still set back from the face of the building, approximately 50%. So,
Okay, let's see. I move to approve HPCA 14-00150, item 6, with the following conditions: that the converting the window is limited to the middle window of 3 windows
with
on the
unique-
terrace.
With unique circumstance.
And the unique circumstance is that there is already an opening and that we are using the window to install the same size door. With the specific findings that the proposed work with the agreed-upon conditions will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property. The items comply with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010, as referenced in Section C and D of the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Joe Meacham, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
2.
It's 3-2?
1, 2, 3 to 2. Yeah.
3-2. It passes.
Thank you, guys.
Majority, it's a majority of those.
Members present, right.
All right, so that passed.
Thank you very much for your time.
Modifications.
I'll bring you some
Easy.
pictures before Monday for the other windows.
It's easy, anybody can do it, right?
Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now what do we have? Other business.
We have our annual report for our certified local government program through State Historic Preservation Office. It's just the contract grant funds that we get every year saying what we've done with the money. So if you all are comfortable with that, to authorize our chair to sign it, and then we'll go to so that they'll give us money.
I would just like to make some, and I don't know if I drew them here, some of the information about members are inaccurate.
Oh, wait a minute, we need to get a motion to authorize the chair to execute the report, the CLG report.
That's what she's talking
It
about.
is in that report?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, something else, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, what did you,
Some are me and some are other folks, but my email address is incorrect.
okay.
Yeah.
Both Jeffrey Parks and I are AIA and NCARB, like Alan Brown.
Okay.
I'm a registered architect, and it doesn't say, unless of the dates, it says that Alan Brown was a chair, but it doesn't say that Jeffrey Parks was voted vice chair.
Okay. I think
it says on
this
vice.
was written up before that happened.
But it says that Alan was
Oh,
a chair.
yeah, you're right.
It says I'm
Yeah.
vice chair on here.
And then Roland's date of start is wrong.
Okay.
What do we use as the start date? I mean, is it the
It's the
most
city council.
recent, it's the current membership, not how many times you've been on? So for like Allen's, it says 2011.
Right. Yeah, I think we list the most current,
Term?
I'll make sure that those are.
Term?
Okay, yeah, that was the word term.
And on, Jennifer, on the thing about registered architect, we have,
Oh, that's right, I have to be
we have positions that are, so even though you are a registered architect, I think you're serving as a citizen member.
Yes, you are correct. I apologize.
That's good. Thank you for catching all that.
You can't be a citizen and an architect.
There's already two of those. That's enough, right?
Okay.
So for this item, we're looking for a motion to authorize the chair to execute. I so move as amended.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Jeff Parks, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, it's recommended or authorized. And now we have communications reports.
We have 8 million administrative approvals, and a couple of withdrawal items. City Council, we've mentioned this at the last couple of meetings, but just to continue to make people aware that the ordinance and guidelines were adopted, came into effect on July 11th, so applications that we received for the September meeting will be under those new guidelines going forward. Tomorrow, we have 2 cases going to Board of Adjustment. One is the application for windows at 501 Northwest. Well, they're both windows, so that'll be a fun day.
Okay. And next, let's see, municipal councilor? Next meeting date, September 3rd. New information must be submitted August 12th, which was yesterday. Right? Oh, that's next week, that's right. Okay, sorry. God, I'm getting punchy too now. And the next workshop is September 10th. Anything from the commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have one item, and it kind of came up earlier in the meeting. We've built a lot of new garages lately. I don't know if there could be like some sort of little list or something that we could make individual drive-bys and look at. You know, we talked about some of the trim material that might be too thin, or some of those things. If we could look at some of the garages that we've approved lately.
Sure. See ones that have been completed?
Yeah, ones that are done.
You mean by staff?
I don't keep all of my old reports, otherwise I could go dig through them. But if you've got some sort of easy access to, a good number or a handful or some that you think maybe didn't come off as well or something, I'd like to kind of go look at some of what's gone up. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Okay. Citizens to be heard. There's two. But they didn't want to be heard. So, all right, any more business? If not, we're adjourned. I did it.